Well, good morning from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, where conditions are really pleasant and some skies around. Very ideal for cricket. But it's finals day, and fifth place playoff here at St. Paul's being played between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. But first, we'll go to Visham Lalman, who will give you the toss.
Well, it's finals day here at the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2025, and it's us here for the final and sixth time at the St. Paul's Capistair, and it's the Windward Islands coming up against the Leeward Islands this morning. And I've got with me the skipper of the Leeward Islands, Amanda Edwards, skipper of the Windward Islands, Zeta James, and Mr. Shane Jeffers, our match manager. I think Zeta has the coin. She'll give it a flip. Tails is a call. And tails it is. So Amanda, you've won the toss this morning. What have you decided to do and why?
We're going to have a bowl first because when we assessed the pitch this morning, it was a bit moisture. So I believe later on in the afternoon, it's going to be coming on to our batter's bat to make some runs.
A bit of a tough tournament for you. Most importantly, you got a victory in it, your first Super 50 victory. What are you looking to take out of this game?
Well, to be honest, the girls are really happy. We bring our A game to this game, whether it's our 5th and 6th match, but we have never beaten Windward, so we're going to bring our best, get this victory, place 5th, and we're good with that until T20.
Any changes for today?
Yeah, we got the opening batter Mel out, we got Kimberly out, we got our debutants KZ in. Today, that's it.
Well, all the best today. Zeta is going to join me now. Not coming out on top in the toss, Zeta, but, are you happy to bat first?
We'd have up to bowl, but I think we just got to build pressure early on and try to get a score taken on the board.
And just like I asked Amanda, what are you looking to take out of this game?
A lot of positives. This game is Pearl's last game, so we look to fight for her. But I think we just got to go and enjoy ourselves out there.
Any changes coming into today?
Yes, we have 2 changes. A Beanie Sager comes in and a Mia Gilbert comes in.
Well, all the best today. Well, the news from the centre here for the final time in this year's tourney here at St. Paul's. The Leeward Islands, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
So they had it, the toss. Leeward Islands winning that one and opting to insert the Windward Islands team, of course. Victor, the only game the Leewards have won in this tournament, in this 3-year tournament being held in St. Kitts, is by chasing. And perhaps they might consider that to be their strongest suit. And your thoughts on the winning the toss and sending in the Windward Islands?
Well, first of all, good morning to you, Earl Smitten, and everyone. And really, like you quite rightly said there, that they may fancy their chances more chasing, as they had that accomplished victory against Jamaica, where they got chasing over 250 runs, and they got it. And that was their only win so far in this series. Well, we'll just have to wait and see if that may transpire today for the Leeward Islands into a much better performance that they have had. And the Windward Islands also too would like to put on a very good performance here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And both Leewards and Windwards always play competitive matches. We cannot be too certain how competitive this one may be today, but we will all hope that both teams will make good showing here in good conditions. We can tell our listeners it is bright and sunny here at St. Paul's, very clear, so we are anticipating a very good day's play from both of these teams.
Well, I'm not too sure about that good showing. What I can tell you is that in the match they would have played earlier on in the preliminary rounds, of course, this is finals day, we must remind listeners, and matches are being played today to decide who will be the winner of this year's tournament. Barbados takes on Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. And Guyana is taking on Jamaica at Connery, and this is a third place playoff match. So that match in Warner Park, the crucial one today, and that will determine who wins this year's championship. And just to tell you though, Victor, when these two teams would have played at the same venue, the opening match of the season, they would have played here last week, Monday, and Leewards were defeated quite quickly, and they really trashed by the Windward Islands. Leeward made 93 from 28 overs, when these boys get in 24. Melissa Clark 23, and Kiana Joseph 13, 11 extras, and no other batter in double figures. Afi Fletcher took 5 for 15, and from 7 overs, Amir Gilbert 2 for 25, and Glasgow had 1 for 32, and Windward's in reply. Glasgow got 55 not out, and the captain, Zadie James, she scored 21. Windward's winning by some 8 wickets, so really a thrashing day by the Leeward Islands in that first encounter. So they start with the advantage today. Of course, you would have had a look at the pitch a little earlier on. Seems to be a bit of moisture there. That might have encouraged the Leeward Islands to insert the Windward Islands. Of course, there was a lot of rain here yesterday, I was told, and it could be seen as you came into the ground. You saw just on the outskirts of the ground, soil being very wet, as Claxton starts. And so a bit of moisture around, but the day so far, so good. Blue skies, sun not out fully as yet, but things are looking good in terms of the weather condition. And Claxton is the one who starts from this end. But just to look at the team though, Melissa Clark, one of the openers, she has been left out today. And KZ Boyles, she's making a debut. And 18-year-old from St. Kitts, of course. And, just last night on my talk show, Victor, I was hoping that at least the youngster would get a game today. So I'm delighted to see her being part of the Leeward Islands squad today. Punched down towards backward point for runs. In fact, 2 of them, the fielder down there cutting off with the boot. That looks like Sherry Ann Moses. And the win was off the mark with those 2. There's the chase. And doing a bit of football work there. And Glasgow off the mark immediately. She is the striker, the left-hander. And she is partnered by Jafina Joseph. But something to play for here today, Victor, these 2 teams.
Yes, indeed, and they really have an opportunity to give their best performances. I wonder, though, Earl, after those showers that came overnight, if there will be an element of moisture on the outfield, which may pose some difficulties for the bowler's grip on the ball, but we'll have to wait and see.
I don't think so. I was out there earlier today.
Okay.
And the field is very dry. Of course, the sandy soil here in St. Kitts allow for a quick drying process. So I don't think that, that would have any impact on the ball.
Okay.
But we just have to wait and see. The outfield for the couple of matches I've seen so far has been on the sluggish side. And that one wide of the off stump. So first over comes to an end. It's 2 for no loss. Windwards after being inserted by the Leewards.
Yeah, and the 2 batters now for the Windwards, they have in a mid-pitch conversation. At times, I like to see though when bowlers bowl into.
Yeah, we just take a break there as we look at the preparation by the Leeward Islands team there during the warm-up.
Yes, and really, the warm up there by the Windward Islands, as you see now, in progression, and really, that is very important in terms of how you warm up before matches, and both teams are going through the routine, and we can see the Windward Islands going through that process at the moment on the screen. But for those of you who might just be joining, we can tell you that the Leewards won the toss here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground up against the Windwards and asked the Windward Islands to have first knock.
Just to tell you too that there were changes made to both teams. Melissa Clark going out and the KZ Boyles coming in, the 18-year-old from St. Kitts. The Windward Islands, they made two changes to their team from the one that played the last match. And Holly Charles goes out, and Karina Noel also goes out, and in comes Amir Gilbert and Abina St. Jean. As they pick up a quick single here. Just to tell you though that Pearl Etienne, who has been around for quite some time for the Windward Islands, she's playing in her last match and going into retirement. So she has been stalwart for the Windward Islands, all-rounder. Opens the bowling and gives them some useful runs. So this is a final match being played here today. And was a lie, but of course, is the bowler started from the fine. She's accustomed to opening the bowling. Just one run so far in this over. Joseph getting off the mark. They're doing a good job fielding well at short extra cover. So there's a slip in place, a backward point, cover sweeping, short extra cover, mid off. Oh, that is a wide delivery. Very wide indeed. And in fact, it's a no ball.
Yes, indeed.
So it seemed to have missed the cut strip. Players asking a couple questions. And, see umpire Ban Mari, who is one of the umpires today, going up and having some words with the keeper and some of the players. They probably thought that, well, let's wait and see. We probably need to have a look at that again and see where that one passed. Yeah, so we probably would have a look at that delivery again. Wide, of course, was signal. And then the umpire also signaled no ball. So let's look at it again. So the free hit now being signaled. Umpire, of course, doing a bit of explanation there to the Swan. Wild swing there, but as expected, missed completely by Glasgow. So, one no ball in this over so far. It was rather wide. It seemed to have gone past the cut strip. Edged and put down. Looks like the captain there, Edwards, at for a slip. It was edged. It was high to her right. She got a hand to it and flowed it. So it's 5 for no loss. So opportunity there for the Leeward Islands earlier clock.
Well, it looked like the umpire did signal by. She did raise her hand. So it might not have been a touch on that one. if we can just probably see the replay again.
Certainly would like to see the replay. That certainly seemed to have come from the edge of the bat. And if that was a wide, well, and the pass very close to the batter. So if we can have a look at that one again. That seemed to have been a thick outside edge to me. And once again, play held up as there's some explanation. In fact, it's the end of the over. Oh, I seem to have missed out on that one. But at the end of the day, 1 run was given. And the Windward Islands team 5-0 loss.
Well, Claxton is going to continue, and she will have to try to get her deliveries more wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and in trying to really make the batters play more often. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. The Leewards inserted the Windward Islands, so they would have a plan why they did ask the Windward Islands to bat. So we would see what will be the result of that insertion by the Leewards asking the Windwards to have first now.
Well, so far, no wicket has gone down. Seem to be a couple misunderstandings in terms of umpiring decision. Punched into the offside. That's a good shot. Should get at least 2. And they're back for the second one. So Glasgow, who would have scored a half century against the Leeward Islands in the preliminary round, 55 not out to be exact. Starting well again against the Leeward Islands. Oh, the hands go up as she digs this one out. Gets it down to a short backward square.
Yeah, that was a good delivery there by Claxton. It was right up in the block hole, and the batter luckily got a bat to it and collected a single in the meantime. Well, these two for the Windward Islands as the openers, they would be no doubt thinking about establishing a good opening partnership to give their team a foundation of a good start. And really, they have had the better of the Leeward Islands in the previous game, but Claxton has the ball in hand. Let us see what she will do.
In fact, the Leeward Islands, they have never beaten the Windwards in this tournament. They would have played against each other in 2023 and 2024. And on both occasions, the Leeward Islands would have come out on top. Of course, you know Victor, and you were very much a part of that. The Leeward Islands, oh, this is another wide delivery down the leg side and signaled. And we have had over 300 wides in this year's tournament so far. And that is prior to this round. But Victor, just to get back to what I was saying, we had the men's team in the Leewards and the Windwards playing together as a combined unit. In fact, called another wide, consecutive wides there by Claxton. So her radar certainly has gone wrong. Leg side wide now followed by an offside wide, and rather wide deliveries. So the men and well, the Leeward Islands men and the Windward Islands men would have combined together. They would have picked their best players to play in the regional Shell Shield tournament. And you, Victor, you yourself would have played in some of those matches I don't know if you can recall how many you would have played. This is a better delivery on target.
Yeah,
You would have played as a combined island player. I don't know if you can recall that.
yes, I can. 1974 is where I started for the Combined Islands. And really, over an extended period of time, up to when the Windward and Leeward Islands as a combined were separated afterwards, when some were of the view then that the Combined Islands was that strong and competitive that
But did they play? Did they play in the competition in 1974, Victor? I got the impression that they would have played in 1965 to 1966, and then they were back 1980 to 1981 as a unit. I can confirm that. You know, I could do some research and confirm that, but as to 1974, I'm not too certain of that. So, over comes to an end.
Okay then.
And we'll take a look at the condition of the pitch at the moment. And there you have it. You can see a bit of darkness there, which suggests that there's a bit of moisture there. And looks like it might take a bit of, it might grip a bit, Victor, looking at the surface. Of course, this is the third match being played on it. So who knows, we'll just have to wait and see if the spinners could extract some turn and bounce. But just to get back to what I was speaking, Victor.
Yeah, I'll get some.
The Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, they would have gained first class status before 1980-81. Right, but they competed together in the Shell Shield. And I got the impression that it was 65 to 66 and 1980 to 1981. And I think it is the 1980-81 season when they won the first tournament. And after 1981, they disbanded and both teams went separate ways. So, you know, as a unit, they would have played some 54 first-class games, winning just 11.
1975.
Winning just 11, drew 19 and lost 24. Victor is telling me 1975, but that might have been in the Leeward Islands team, Victor. Is it? He's actually showing me some pictures, but I happen to be missing my glasses.
Stanley Hines, Lockhart Sebastian, Vivian Richards, Michael Findlay.
And that was 1975, you said, Victor?
Yeah, 75. Yeah.
75. So
yeah, 1975.
they would have played together in 1975, and you made your debut in 1974.
Yeah.
Okay, Victor. So they had it from someone who was most present, and you had a fairly good first-class career, Victor, not just for the Combined Islands, but also for the Leeward Islands. And I guess you can tell this viewers how many centuries you might have made in that in the regional tournament. Good shot going out towards the long off boundary. In fact, gets there ahead of Hector, and Windward's picking up their first boundary of the day.
Yes, and these two really are applying themselves quite nicely. 4 regional centuries, and one was against the Windward Islands versus the Leeward Islands, and in those days those were considered as first-class matches. So five regionals and 1 against the Windward Islands, which was 5 overall. I think my average was in the 30s, 35 point something like that. And
well, you're right on target there. It's actually 35.64.
Yeah.
And your highest score, Victor?
131 versus Jamaica at Anna's Vale, St.
The
Vincent.
record say 139.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah,
you're
that's against the Windward Islands.
You're
yeah.
robbing yourself
At Warner Park,
of a
yeah.
few runs. You would have also played some list A crickets, Victor.
Yeah, but in those days too, I think it was what was then played was a Geddes Grant regional one-day series, and well, to an extent there was a fair amount, but not really in a big volume of matches. But there was an extension from the 4-day regional where you had the Geddes Grant 1-day regional. So I would have also participated in those. Well, one person asked me if I can recollect, if I know how many batsmen from St. Kitts have gotten centuries against Nevis in Leeward Islands tournament. I said, I may not be accurate, but to my recollection, Winston Wade Davis, Leonard Williams, and myself.
What about Len Harris?
No, Len Harris never got 100 against Nevis in Leeward Islands cricket tournament. No.
Okay.
He never got 100.
Okay, that's some research to be done locally.
Yeah.
I know Luther Kelly. I don't think he ever got a century against Nevis either.
Yeah, he got one at Warner Park where he scored
111.
105 or somewhere,
I think
but
it
like
was
that.
111.
And in that same game, I scored 95.
Oh, so how come you are leaving out Luther?
Well, as the conversation go on, my apologies, but as you know, it wasn't anything intentional.
Okay, but
but
we're having a good view there
mhm.
of the southern area. Of course, play held up a bit. Some repairs being done there to Glasgow. Her equipment, in fact. No, it's seems to be
getting some.
struggling a bit, getting some medication.
Yes, indeed. Let us hope it's nothing too severe, but getting the necessary treatment. Some persons, Earl, have always asked me what I would consider my best regional innings, and judging it by my personal view, I thought 82 at the Queen's Park Oval when Trinidad and Tobago had the Combined Islands 11 runs, 3 wickets when I joined Irvin Shillingford. I think it was in the circumstances where it was at the Queen's Park Oval, top class spinners, and then going in when the score was 11 for 3. I think Irvin Shillingford, the late, had got over 100 and I got 82. And I consider that to be my best regional innings.
Okay, they had it from the great man himself, Victor Eddy. In fact, the player, Joseph, she was the one who was being administered to. She walks away as Claxton comes in. And this game so far has been played at a rather slow pace, Victor. We have seen
how many overs?
A number of stops so far. We have just had some 4 overs.
Wow, yeah, it is a bit slow, yeah. But the sun is with us here now at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
Edged and dropped. My word. Good delivery. On about half stump and just moving slightly away from Jafina Joseph. It took the outer edge and through it went to the keeper. Oh my goodness, that's the easiest of catches put down there by Windies boys.
And what we will say in local terms ever so often, that was a dolly.
Yes, that seemed to have struck on what some people term as the heel of the hand.
Yes.
And easy catch going down. Very good delivery though there by Claxton. This one, she's taking on the pad, the appeal goes up, and she's on her way. So Joseph goes leg before to Claxton. It was a foolish length delivery, and she was neither back nor forward. She was planted in the crease, struck in front, and seemed to have been a little inward movement too. The ball seemed to have curled in a bit and struck her in front, in line, and she's on her way. So Eunice Boyce must be happy that immediately after she had put down a sitter, the batter being dismissed. Like before, very good delivery indeed. So the Windward Islands lose their first wicket with the score on 17. And that, of course, the wicket of Joseph was like before to Claxton. So very good delivery indeed, Victor.
Yeah, Claxton was right on the target. Well, in this over too, she has demonstrated so far better control in terms of her line and length. Earlier on she was guilty of bowling a few wide deliverers, and then that outswinger, it was a beauty, but it wasn't taken by the keeper. But the next delivery, she got the result where the batter was out leg before wicket. So, and you've spoken consistently about that, the control, why that high percentage of wides in this tournament. So all the teams will definitely have to work on that area. And the bowlers do really have major responsibilities. Yes, the coach can instruct as so much as so far and really try to get things right, but the bowlers themselves will have to work on those areas.
Just to give the viewers an idea of the number of wides that have been bowled so far, as at the end of the preliminary rounds, 327
Wow.
wides contributing to the totals. Of course, we know that a wide can go for 4, and that, of course, would constitute 5 runs, but nevertheless, they're counted as wides. And when you take into consideration that in the last round, Guyana only bowled 8 overs, and they didn't concede a wide, just 8 overs. That game was washed out. And then you had a situation where only 20 overs were bowled by Jamaica in the last round, and we had some matches being abandoned. The Windward Islands didn't bowl in that match. Their match being abandoned. And, 327, that's excessive outside the off stump from Claxton. And the batter is attempting a cut. And Mr. Zadie James, the captain of the Windward Islands team, is the new batter.
Yeah, and really, and Claxton is finding a little more appropriate line and length, even though that one was a bit on the wide side, not considered by the umpires a wide.
Windward Islands, of course, the team that has infringed most. Here is another wide, though, as the umpire Banwari signals a wide. Windward Islands, prior to this match, has conceded, in the preliminary rounds, and I'm giving you the details of the preliminary rounds, they would have conceded some 74 wides. Barbados 61, Jamaica 56, Guyana 38, Trinidad and Tobago 54, and the Windward Islands 44. And so that is far too excessive, and this is something that the coaches will have to work on when they get back to the various territories. End of over number 5, 19 for 1, the Windward Islands.
Yeah, and Claxton, who has been bowling over the wicket to the batters, and in conceding some wides, I was thinking for a moment if she wouldn't have to like to try to go around the wicket, where probably she might get a better target of the 3 stumps, even though she might just be seeing 2, and just to see if she can get it more consistently wicket to wicket, but she never tried that.
Well, not a bad suggestion. Trying to go around the wicket for the left hand and try to angle it into the left hand, perhaps cramp the left-handed Glasgow. See, Glasgow seems to favor that cut shot. She seems to play the short delivery well into the offside once it's shot, but a bowling change coming for the Leeward Islands, it's going to be Sherry-Ann Moses who pick up the attack from the far end.
And also to that delivery to Earl, which you were just describing about coming into the left-hander, even to what is a better delivery if you could get it more for full length, aiming for the Yorker to cramp the batter. But we'll have to wait and see if that presents itself and what challenges it would pose to the batters.
Interestingly, there's no slip in place. Was a Leeward who was stationed at first slip. She has been pushed back to a short third man.
And it's the new batter on strike?
Yes, the captain is James. Both batters are left-handers.
Yeah, but I think it would be a lot more appropriate as the captain just come into the crease to have this solitary slip. Anyway.
But he is one over-pitched outside the off stump. So the field is a very short third man, rather straight cover, sweeping. Now someone, I can say, wisdom has prevailed and the slip being put in place.
Yeah.
So Jose Leeward goes into the first slip. And we see Savini, Rambalapali going into the short third man position outside the off stump once more. There's a deep cover sweeping, there's an extra cover, there's a mid-off, and more changes being made.
Yeah, I like to see, Earl, when a new batter comes to the crease that you bring fielders more inside the ring just to apply some pressure to the new batter who take some time to get the rhythm of a feet moving and so forth, not putting them in a comfort zone whereby it's an easy single played out to, well, all the fielders are in the circle at this moment. Oh.
My goodness, is that another chance?
Yes, it will.
Looks like, yes, it peeled off the edge and went to Claxton. It was a bit low, but catch she should have held on to. So Leeward Islands not holding the chances. Punched hard there to Claxton at backward point.
And that would have been a very valuable wicket to if that was taken, that would be such value for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, certainly. The captain's Zadia James, who struggles to get it off the square, gets one outside the off stump. Of course, she would have represented the senior West Indies team. And in fact, a member of that senior West Indies team at the moment, player highly thought of, and they're yet to get a half century in this year's tournament, and as frontline batter need more of this. Out to extra cover, can't score. Of course, we have had some 16 half centuries in the tournament so far, Victor.
Yeah, and really that speaks well of the batters. And any Centurion, I think no Centurion as yet.
High score, in fact, being 88, made by Amanda Edwards in that chase against Jamaica. Is another wide of the off stump, and the wide continues to mount. Amanda Edwards, she has the high score of the tournament so far. Rashada Williams of Jamaica, who has been in very good form, she has 86. And in terms of 50s, like Shona Knight, 54 and 51, and she also had a 48 not out. And Aliyah Aline 150, she 57. Rashada Williams 57 and 86, and she too got into the 40s. She got to 48. There was give note caught behind when, from all appearances, she did not play the delivery, so she could easily have had a third half century in the tournament so far. Glasgow is out there for the Windward. She has had 1/2 century for the season, 55. And for the Windwards, in fact, she is the only batter for the Windwards to have picked up a half century in this year's tournament. As we look at St. Martin in the distance, and, that outline your viewers are seeing there, that's St. Martin. And on a good clear scene day, you can see the outline of St. Martin quite well. Today, of course, one of those days. And our cameraman picking up that image of St. Martin. Rosa Leeward is back in the attack. She comes into the attack from the pavilion end. And she has bowled 2 overs for 9 so far. Driven on the bounce and knocked down there at wideish mid off. And in the end, not fielded cleanly and allowing a run. Tanya Martin is the fielder. She's on. Oh, this one is wide of the off stump again by Rosa Leeward. So not showing good control. This one is short and pulled away for 4. Too short down the onside and given the treatment.
Yes, well, capitalizing on the loose delivery. That's what the Windward Islands batters have to do, and she did it well. And the ball is going to come in over the wicket to the left-hander. Once it's just outside of that leg stump, the batter have equal opportunity to execute, and she did so well.
This is much better from Rosa Leeward. Draws a defensive prod there from Zadia James. So, a bit expensive. That one wide, but it seemed to have dropped just inside the tram line. And we'll get the signal now from the umpire. It's in fact a bye. But one more to the score. So 27 for 1. Leeward's winning the toss, of course, and inserting the Windward Island team. A cut and a miss.
Well, she extracting some bounce out of the surface too, but we'll just have to get her line and length in more wicket-to-wicket delivery.
Windward Islands, of course, starting the tournament by defeating the Leewards. Quick single. Had the stumps been struck, that could have been close. Probably out. And that player is down. Let's look at it again. Driven into the offside, picks up. Return is not good. Oh, she was out by a long way.
Yes, if that had struck the wicket indeed. But a good effort, but not good enough, really. Need to see the timber falling. And it was not on that occasion, but the two batters immediately having a little short conversation, but getting back to their respective positions.
I think though, Victor, had the bowler been in place behind the stumps and a good return to the bowler, they had enough time to run the batter, Janile Glasgow, out. But rather suicidal single technique was played powerfully to the player, straight to the player, and they set off immediately for the run. In the end, they were lucky to escape without losing a wicket.
And that is always very important for the bowler to really get behind the wicket and where the throw can just be more accurate into her hands, but that was not to be.
So it's Moses continuing. And I've been told, Victor, that as soon as this game finishes today, they're going to be marking out the field, and they will be having some sports tomorrow. At the St. Paul's Primary School will be having their sports on the grounds tomorrow. And recently they have had a number of sporting activities, athletic sporting activities on this particular ground. Of course, you know, driven in the air on the bounce to Hector. Fields and sends return to the non-strikers end.
But there again, like you said earlier too, in the previous over, the bowler was far away from the wicket also too, but probably that was because her follow through after delivering the ball.
Yeah, it would have been difficult for her to get back
up to the wicket.
She is of course.
Yeah, it would have been difficult.
Off a long run, and she would have been on a follow through.
Yeah,
and that was hit powerfully to the right of Hector at mid-off. And here we see the dab shot there being played. And lucky not to have gotten an edge, but nevertheless it was dropped by Windies boys, so perhaps had she edged it, she would have gotten away. But these two batters seem bent on taking quick singles, probably looking for every run available. But like I was saying earlier on, tomorrow, sports day, athletic sports day here at St. Paul's. The St. Paul's, here they're thinking of a run again, but it's not on. Of course, this time of the year, Victor, it's time for a number of sporting activities, athletic sports. The schools very much involved in athletics, leading up to various championships. Swivels into a wicket and gets it down towards long leg. She is not running. She's thinking that it would cross. Has to wait a long time, but I'm not agreeing with the approach of the batters there. Glasgow. The outfield is a bit sluggish in parts, and they should keep running until they see the ball cross the boundary line. Of course, Victor, you know that there are some shots when you play them, you don't have to move.
Yeah, but based on the conditions that you quite rightly said there, Earl, they need to run every available run, and because the ball just trickled into the long leg boundary in the event, but it is always appropriate to be running until it crosses the line.
They stood in the middle waiting for it to go to the boundary. Overpitched and another wide.
Gee.
So at the end of this tournament, I know that the Leeward Islands team, they do not have much match practice, but I think one of the things that they would have to work on coming up towards next year's tournament is target bowling. And they would have to get their bowlers at some stage to do. And it's not just the Leeward Islands, all the other teams. They need to, the bowlers here, another quick single, and stumps are broken. The appeal goes up, the return breaks the stump, but umpire Banwawi remains on move. And there you go again, Victor, another quick single.
Yeah, well, these two are looking for every available run, and a lot of it has been risky, but they have been fortunate thus far. But on the other hand, though, when you're not getting boundaries, you have to be exchanging the strike, but not at that great risk. But they have gotten away with it to the extent whereby it has not caused any run-outs, but it's been very risky running between the wickets, especially within the close areas within that 30-yard circle.
Actually, they just got a boundary in this over. We know that they're looking for every run possible, but they have been lucky so far. We've seen some suicidal attempts, and they've gotten away with it.
That's right.
But,
very risky.
At one point, it could backfire. So they have to be careful with this particular running between the the blocks. As he's an attempted cut. Was a lie, but continues.
But after that delivery ball there by the spinner, the fielders especially in the offside, they was not moving in with the bowler. Let us see if that may change now. Okay, they're moving now. Right, that's better.
She's driving and missing again. So, I think one of the shortcomings of some of the batters, one of the shortcomings in the tournament so far, I think they have not shown enough patience. This is a 50-over game, and there are lots of time to bat and develop an innings.
So, Earl, you would say that there were two major examples of that occupying the crease were the Night Sisters of Barbados, in terms of spending the time that they would spend out in the middle.
Yes, they have shown quite a bit of patience, and you know, it has been exhibited by their performances. The two sisters, in fact, they're among the top 5 batters in this year's tournament. Kaishona has 176 runs, and Kaisia, the other sister, she has 156 runs.
Wow, good.
Well, they made 150. She made 156, and in the preliminary side of the tournament, I'm trying to get some information on that match being played there at Warner Park, where Barbados is coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. And the Barbados, they're now 38 for 2. And 38 for 2.
How many overs?
From, it looks like 12.2 overs.
Okay.
And so, not starting too well there, Barbados, but try to get some more information from that match. Of course, the decided here, the final. But here now we have had some 9 overs, and it's 36 for 1. Good scoring rate so far for the Windward Islands. So, my word, Barbados batting first. Toss by Trinidad and Tobago inserted Barbados. Kaisia Knight. She has gone for a duck. Calendar is there still, she's 20 not out. And the second wicket to go is Trishan Holder for 15. Kaishona Knight is at the crease, she's on 1 not out. And it's 39 for 2. And the wicket takers so far for Trinidad and Tobago, Anissa Mohammed, 1 for 13 from 4.3. And the captain, Kawishma Ramarak, she has picked up 1 for 5 from her 4 overs. So she has an economy of 1.25. So Trinidad and Tobago seems to be in the ascendancy in that particular final match there at Warner Park. I'll give an update on the other game, the third place playoff. And of course, we know the situation here at St. Paul's, 36 for 1. Windward after being inserted. So just to give you a look at the other match at Connery, the third place playoff, and that's between Guyana and Jamaica. And Guyana is batting on 36 for 2. And here, as we see the score, 36, very similar situation, but Guyana batting, and they've lost Mandy Mango for 3, Lauren Williams for 1, but Williana Grimond is batting, and Shemaine Campbell, they are at the crease, the captain, Campbell, and both of these batters, they would have had half centuries for the tournament so far. In fact, there's a loud appeal here, and
Caught at point.
in fact caught at point. And Sean Moses picks up a first wicket, a cut shot, and straight to point. And Jazara Claxton, who would have missed one there earlier on, taking the catch. And so another wicket goes for the Windward Islands. The captain, Zadia James, she goes for 5, but she never seemed to have settled the victor.
Yeah, she did not look comfortable at the crease, but a very valuable wicket for the Leewards to have taken, really. And it was struck to Claxton at point, and it was straight to her, and she took it well. So the Leewards getting further success. But in that final at Warner Park, though, Earl, the spinner is going to be contributing, I think, a big part in that final at Warner Park between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago, they rely heavily on their spinners. And to my estimation, I would say they do have probably the best bowling attack in this year's competition. And their spinners, especially Captain Ramharak and young Ramnak, they have shown great control. And they've bowled well for Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly they have picked up wickets. Mohammed too, at least the experienced Mohammed, she has been doing a good job for team also.
That's right.
In the other match, 44 for 2, Guyana. And both of those wickets going to Wesam, the opening bowler for Jamaica. So locked in back today at Connery, those two teams. But Leeward's picking up a second wicket, and they're still inside the power play. Interestingly, there's a deep mid wicket for the new batter. Of course, those are the two fielders outside the circle. But the new batter, of course, is Afi Fletcher. And she would like to get a good score here today. But Glasgow is still there. She has been one of the main batters for the Windward Islands today. And the Leewards, of course, would like to see the back of Glasgow. Afi Fletcher, of course, has made some useful runs for the Windwards. Very experienced player, has been around for quite some time. So lots of wealth of experience. He has been on the international scene for the West Indies. So quite a wealth of experience to call on.
Well, a lot will depend on these two in terms of a partnership, though, for the Windward Islands. And you're right there that Afi Fletcher has shown herself as a good all-around cricketer. She's right-handed.
Sean Moses, though, picking up a first wicket. And spot on, right on target. And the good over comes to an end, in which she picked up a wicket. So she has 1 for 7 from 3.
Yes, and really the Leeward Islands doing fairly well at this present moment. The scoring rate has not really been very prolific, and here comes the signal from the umpire for the first power play.
Depends on what you consider to be prolific, Victor, because for most parts we have seen in this year's tournament the scoring rate has not really gone above 4. They are going at 3.6 at the moment. So it's by no means a bad scoring rate at the moment. But they have lost some 2 wickets. And they are at a stage where they would be looking to rebuild. They would be looking to get a partnership going. So this one is nicely played through the legs of the fielder there at extra cover. Looks like the captain. I'll get some confirmation in a while. No, it's not the captain. It's in fact looks like Anthony there in that position who allowed it right through legs, but not a wide in signal. So giving away 2 runs there, the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, well, that also too at the end of every innings, as the percentage keep growing in terms of the wides, that constitutes so much good to a batting team in terms of what their final total can end up to be, because they have to bowl an extra delivery and one goes to the total when it's being bowled as a wide.
So this one is played into the offside this time, and no one is scored. Trying to figure out that fielder there at extra cover. It could be Melissa Clark. This one is swung into the onside. So Leewards will be looking to keep things tight. It's in fact Melissa Clark who that ball went through there at extra cover. So she's on the field for someone. She's not in the 11 today. And, so perhaps I'm looking around for the captain, Victor, the captain of the Leeward Islands team. She appears to be off the field. So,
Yeah, it looks like she's
yeah,
off.
we also see Tonya Martin out there. So 2 emergency fieldsmen, Tonya Martin and Melissa Clark out in the middle, overpitched. So that's rather interesting. So end of the over. End of over number 11. It's 39 for 2, the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and really, these two, Harvey Fletcher, just come into the crease and really having a mid-pitch conversation with her partner. And obviously, they will be, no doubt, trying to put a good partnership together and build a foundation and present a good total for the Leeward Islands to chase. But that is still yet far off. But what is important is that there's still plenty overs to be bowled, so they can just keep exchanging the strike, and when they get the loose deliveries, try to get boundaries.
Sean Moses will continue. So Leeward's looking for another breakthrough here. And if they can go bang bang, they could find themselves in a good position. But he is for out cricket by the Leewards, giving away runs. And what should have been a single turned out to be 2.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper should have known better by putting both feet together as a second defense, but that was not to be, so an extra run was had there by Harvey Fletcher and the Windward Islands. Also too, with the left and right hand at the crease, that's good for the Windwards.
Oh, the appeal goes up.
Did she get a bat on there?
But the umpire remains on move. Umpire Vicky Daniel at the far end remains on move. So kept on a 41 for 2. So Sean Moses certainly has tightened up a bit. She's bowling a much better line and length. In the air, caught. Oh my word, there was Fletcher going for the big drive. It peeled off the outer portion of the bat, probably the top half of the bat, and it sailed quite gently to backward point to Claxton, who had to wait for that one, and she waited and waited well and took one of the easiest of catches. So the Windward Islands losing their third wicket, 41 for 3 in over number 12, and that drinks break has been taken. And we'll use the opportunity also to have a drinks break. Well, just before that water break, Windward's losing a wicket. In fact, the loss of that wicket would have encouraged the umpires to take a water break at that point. And Leeward's losing Afi Fletcher. And they're now 41 for 3. So the Windward's that is losing those wickets. So Leeward's looking to fight back, picking up some wickets. And we see the captain going back onto the field now. Amanda Edwards. Melissa Clark was on for her. Seems to be a little confusion as to whether Kimberly Anthony is playing or not. We'll get confirmation on that later on. But I'm seeing her walking around in the emergency fielder's vest. So question is whether or not she's playing. And of course, we have Tonya Martin out there. So this one is punched up to cover. Of course, based on what we were told, there was one change from the previous team. And if I'm not mistaken, Kimberly Anthony was in that previous team. So we'll have some confirmation on that later on. Right, so Sharon Mosley has picked up 2 wickets. And she has done a good job for her teammate so far. 2 for 9, and she's in over number 4. Still lots of blue skies ahead of us. The sun seems to be under a cloud, though, under some cloud cover. It's not out in all its brilliance. But so far, things look pretty good in terms of the weather. And Glasgow rather tentatively playing it just to merge backward point. So the new batter, Ashleen Edwards, she's on 1. And Leeward's, of course, looking for further breakthroughs here. Of course, they would be happy to see the back of Glasgow, who in the first match scored a half century against them. Well, confirmation Anthony is not in the 11. So Tonya Martin, in fact, is the other player in that 11. So that has been sorted out. And we now know what the exact 11 is.
Yeah, well, change of bowling by the Leeward Islands. Well, once the Leeward Islands can keep getting wickets, they can really try to limit the Windward Islands to a modest total. I don't know how modest the total might be, but we could never tell. But so far, they've been doing well.
Well, the 15-year-old Kambala Pali comes into the attack, and immediately Ronnie scored off a bowling by Ashleen Edwards. Kambala Pali, 15-year-old from out of the USA, and she is bowling right arm leg spin, a difficult art, but for a 15-year-old she has done quite well.
Yeah, I like what she's going to try now to go around the wicket to the left-hander.
In fact, she's going between the umpire Banwari and the stumps. She's sending back Davonique Maynard on the long on boundary. There's a mid-wicket in place. Back on the mid-wicket boundary. Sharon Moses tosses up, over tosses in fact. And it's played down to Anthony. Now let's see what's happening here. Yes, Martin has gone up to offer some words of advice to the 15-year-old. She has a slip, backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. Tosses up, over tosses in fact, and a quick single. So this brings Edwards into strike. And, she, of course, the right-hander. Glasgow is on 22. Tosses up. So this could be interesting, Victor. The right arm leg spinner in operation at the moment. We know that they could bowl some bad deliveries, but when they pitch, they could bowl some very good deliveries also when they pitch well. This is better from the right-handed leg spinner.
Well, she's not afraid to flight the ball, but she'll have to get it on a good line and length when she's doing so.
In the air, just falling short of the bowler Kambala Pali and inducing a foul shot there from the batter Edwards, and finishing the over quite nicely.
Yes, and that final delivery was pitched on a good length and really almost presenting a bowl and caught for the bowler, but a good final delivery there. Probably a quick message went out to both batters by one of the emergency fielders. Well, 44 for 3.
Manual scoreboard being displayed and being very accurate also. Showing the score 44 for 3. And of course, not the easiest of jobs, having to stand there all day. See a bowling change from the far end though. It's Maynard, Davonique Maynard, who picks up the attack. And quickly back for a second one, the return. It's a weak one from Shehan Moses. And in the end, Maynard looking to break the stumps, missed completely. And they were able to pick up 2. But what we have seen for the Windward so far, though, is that they are looking for runs. They are running aggressively. And they are looking to advance the score. They're looking to pick up every run that they can get, which is good cricket. At times, it appears to be a bit suicidal.
Yeah.
They've gotten away with it.
That's right, but the objective being good though, but risky, as you quite rightly have said there. And really, you can't suck up too many dot balls too also.
Too short and wide, and that might be signal a no ball. Let's wait and see. In fact, yes, a no ball. That seemed to have missed the cut strip. It was short and wide. Perhaps we could have a look at that again, because that seemed to have bounced a couple times also.
Yeah, well, you did not have the glasses on, but you got it right.
Well, we'll have a look at it in a short while. This time the toss is up, and the edge is taken, and they're getting a couple runs. Of course, a free hit, so no chance of being out except run out. Wide return there.
Well, if that throw from Claxton was really straight to the keeper, right over the bails, the batter would have been in some difficulty there. But it was not accurate in that sense. But eventually, the batters were able to complete 2 runs.
So the 50 coming up for the Windwards after being inserted. 50 for 3 from 13.3 overs. Projected score 185. Saxena gets a good bounce and feels well. I'll be showing though with the Leeward Islands bowling is the lack of match practice. Coming into this tournament, they would not have had much match practice. And it's always difficult to show good control, but she gets out of that over quite well, Maynard. Finishes well, and the first over conceding some 6 runs.
Yes, and you're right there, Earl, in terms of the preparation, the Leeward Islands, and especially most of the bowlers that have had a lot of challenges with the control, because that high percentage of wides, which they have bowled and all the teams have bowled, but the Leeward Islands leading in that capacity. But at this present moment here against the Windward Islands at St. Paul's, the Leeward Islands in a fairly good position.
Kambala Pali will continue.
Sorry.
Nicely played into the offside by Edwards for a single. In fact, that's Glasgow. Edward is back on strike. she's on 4. Glasgow started the innings for the Windward Islands. She's still there. She has 26 from 47. So she has been doing a good job for the Windwards, holding these innings together. And we know she's capable of scoring at a brisk rate. So once she's there, she could easily up the tempo. Tosses up, swung into the mid-wicket area and clear of any fielder. And Edwards, in fact, gets 4.
Yes, and Edwards using her feet nicely to that delivery. She had 2 chips down the turf and struck it into the wide long on boundary for a good boundary. So nice use of the feet. There you're seeing it. And welcome boundary. So it might just be about what in this innings of boundaries might be about 5 or 6.
So Kambala Pali being struck for a boundary by Edwards. Edwards stepping out. And it might be a good sign for the bowler. Tosses up once more. But Edwards, what she has done well so far though, she has been getting to the pitch of the deliveries and playing well. Tossed up, she uses her feet once more and gets it down to long on. And Anthony has to come off the boundary to field. So certainly this is good batting there by Edwards.
Yes, and good movement of the feet to the spinners too, picking out the deliveries that the spinner has left a little longer in flight. So her shot selection is spot on at the present moment.
This one is tossed up and played into the offside. And, Trinidad and Tobago really on top there at Warner Park against Barbados. And, but calendar is this season 28 not out for Barbados. A failure for Kaishon and Knight. The two, you could say the backbone, one of the backbone of the Barbados batting, and failures for the Knight sisters there. Kaishona got duck and a twin, well, in fact she got one, and a twin sister, Kaisi, the opener, she got not. So Trinidad and Tobago doing very well there at Warner Park. Calendar, she's there still on 28 not out. The captain is at the crease at the moment, Aline. And they've had 2 wickets picked up by Ramharak, 1 by Mohammed, 1 by Ramnath. And the spinners doing the job there for Barbados. For Trinidad and Tobago. So Barbados struggling there at Warner Park.
Well, they have continued to bowl well, the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago. That is the final taking place there at Warner Park between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. So Trinidad and Tobago would feel very good at this particular moment of that final encounter.
Connery, the Ghana team, seems to be fighting back a bit. Grimman, who has had a half century in this year's tournament so far. In fact, she would have made some 72 not out, a high score of the season. She's at the crease, she's on 30 not out, and the captain, Shemaine Campbell, she's on 22 not out. So 63 for 2 from 20 overs there. Guyana against the defending champions, Jamaica. And they will no longer be champions Jamaica this year. In fact, they are in a third place playoff there at Connery. But Maynard is continuing here. Edwards has gone to 10, 58 for 3. Gets a bit of turn there. But these two teams, they're Windwards and Leewards locked in battle here at St. Paul's. Pause. This one, she's advancing and takes it on the full and gets it out to mid-wicket. Just a single. Sean Moses is off the boundary, so the over comes to an end. At the end of over number 16:59 for 3, the Windwards.
Yes, and these two doing some good striking of the ball so far in this partnership for the Windward Islands. And the Windward Islands was inserted by the Leeward Islands this morning when the Leeward Islands won the toss, asking the Windward Islands to have first knock.
See some ships, Victor, on the ocean. In fact, some sailboats. Bold! My goodness. Playing down the wrong line. She was forward and back. And bowled there by Leeward. Exposing the stumps. Let's look at it again. Advancing forward and back and missing it completely. The ball spinning back into the right-handed Edwards. But not a bad delivery, but not the greatest of delivery. But I think it was simply a bad shot being played there by Edwards. Not getting in line, going back to cut a ball that was not there for the cut shot. Exposing the stumps, missing completely and being bowled.
Yes, and even though the spinner got some spin on the ball, really, she was backing away too far to the leg side to try to execute that cut stroke and lost her off stump. So another valuable wicket for the Leeward Islands right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Leewards against Windwards. And that's the fourth wicket going down. Well, the Leewards are doing presently, they are in a good position, huh?
Yes, they're in a very good position at the moment. And Leewards, I'm sure, would like to get their second win. Not only in this year's tournament, in the tournament overall. And if they can notch up another win here, the Leewards, then they could say that they would have had a good tournament. They've always finished bottom of the ladder. 2023, 2024, having not won any games in those years. And this year, of course, defeating the defending champions Jamaica, and hoping to do well here today. So Leeward picking up a wicket. But it's Crafton, left-hander. He's playing at and missing that one outside the half stump.
Good bowling, good bowling.
So perhaps the Leeward Island fielders sensing something, sensing that they could pick up a couple of wickets here. Ooh, that one beats outside the off stump. Turning slightly away from the left-handed Crafton. And immediately she's called on by Janelia Glasgow, who's on 27 from some 49 deliveries.
Yeah, she's getting some spin on the ball, definitely there. And that one spun across the left-hander. Let us see what would happen in the next deliveries.
Oh, this one takes, in fact, beats probably brushing the pad on its way to the wicket keeper. And stick behind. Of course, to Victor, the West Indies Regional 4-day tournament appeal goes up as Crafton is looking to hoik this one into the onside, missed completely and taken on the pad.
She missed out there.
Yes, she did miss out. I believe we pushed outside the leg stump. But of course, to Victor, we have some other matches going on. The West Indies 4-day competition, the regional 4-day competition. And we had overnight, we had the Windward Islands really doing well against the Leeward Islands. We'll get some scores from that match in a while. We know Mackay Louis was on 80, 2 not out overnight. So Leeward Islands, they seem to have been bowled out already this morning. And I'll get some scores for you on that shortly, Victor.
Yes, indeed.
And Leeward Islands, in fact, they have been reinserted. They're following on. They're in that match. So, single picked up there by the Windwards.
Oh, they're gonna get two. Oh my bad. Two in the end, which should have been one, really. And the bowler not taking it in her grasp, and the batters capitalize on getting the second run. So the Leewards can ill afford to make those errors at this particular moment of the game.
In that match that Leewards is playing down in the Windwards, though he did not get to 100, he only added 2 to his overnight score. And he got to 84. So missing out on an opportunity there. And so he got 84. And just Hamilton got a good score, 40. But Leewards are batting again. And Louis is on 6 not out. Casey Cathy is on 1 not out. They've already lost the wicket, that of Kadeem Henry. And he's there 16 for 1. So, but he is a boundary being struck down to the backward square. In fact, down to the extra cover boundary. No, that's the left-handed Crafton who struck that one out towards wideish long on. And she gets off the mark with 4. So Maynard would wish to tighten up a bit. Valuable runs here for the Windwards.
Okay, good combat delivery. So the Leewards in their first innings in that 4-day encounter against the Windward Islands in the regional men tournament. What was the final total for the Leewards?
195 all out.
195.
They're following on. And at the moment, they trail by some 269 runs.
Wow.
9 wickets in hand. Windward Islands Volcano, who did not do too well the first half of the season. He is one played to square leg, and Crafton is setting off for a non-existent run. So the Windwards, they would not have done too well in the first half of the West Indies 4-day tournament. In fact, I think they would have finished at the bottom of the table after the first couple of rounds. But coming back and performing well, and asking Leeward Islands to follow on. Leewards, on the other hand, would have done well previously in the first half of the tournament, and struggling today, having already lost the wicket and being asked to follow on. So Windward Islands very much on top in that game. So lots of cricket being played around the Caribbean today. We do have the what we could call finals day here in St. Kitts. Here in St. Paul's, it's the 5th place playoff at Water Park. The finals between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, cut shot attempted, and stake behind by Boyce. So at Connery also defending champions who no longer will be champions after this tournament. Jamaica taking on Guyana for, he is bad cricket again. Overthrown, not a good return to the bowler, eluding the bowler and going down to Amanda Edwards. And a single being picked up there when they should not have been a run. So the Leewards continue to be sloppy in the field. He was, of course, without the main bowler, today Anthony. She has been one of the most successful bowlers in this year's tournament for the Leeward Islands. Has already picked up a 5-wicket haul. And in fact, she is fourth in terms of number of wickets taken in the tournament, picking up 9 wickets in the tournament so far. In the air, out towards the backward point, dropped. My word, the easiest of catches. And put down there by Jazara Claxton, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands team. And my word, very poor cricket indeed.
Well, just at the last moment too, taking the eyes off the ball, which was a regulation catch, and Claxton flooring it, and what a bad miss there for the Leeward Islands, where Claxton put down what would be considered a dolly catch. Really, the Leewards have to try again, but that was so obvious, so easy, but then did not stay in the hands of Claxton there at point.
Well, she had a year miss to take that catch, probably overconfidence. And my word, Liber being denied a 2nd wicket, but the outfielding of the Leeward Islands has not been anything to write home about so far. We've seen quite a few lapses in the outfield, poor returns, overthrows resulting in extra runs. We have seen a couple of catches going down. That last catch by Claxton being the easiest of the lot. She would have dropped one, a more difficult one earlier on. And Leewards, they need to tighten up on their out cricket. You cannot afford to be putting down chances.
And not those type of chances do. Well, we've been seeing a lot of cricket, and really, that could go down to me as one of the easiest of chances I've seen for a long time.
Actually, she didn't have to move.
Didn't have to move anywhere.
Just had to wait on it, and perhaps it was too easy for her.
It looked to that she just momentarily just took her eyes off, and you have to keep your eyes on the ball. You know.
This one is pulled into the onside powerfully, down to square for 4. That's a good shot.
Yes, indeed. So how costly can that drop catch be for the Leeward Islands? We'll just have to wait and see.
In the meantime, Amanda Edwards is the one who is coming to the attack, replacing Maynard from the far end. She, of course, is the captain of the Leeward Islands team, and she was pulled away for 4. At Connery early in the season, she was sporting a red hairdo, Victor.
Yeah.
She has gone away from that now. So runs are coming for Crafton, who was the one who benefited from that drop catch. And she would be bent, of course, on making the Leeward Islands pay for that miss. She has gone on to 11. She's already picked up a couple runs. In fact, 6 runs in this over so far, getting a boundary. Looking to turn it into the onside.
Another wide beam signal.
Was it?
Yeah, the umpire signal away.
Yes, so wide. So that one passed pretty close to leg stump though. Looking for a run, it's not on. So 75 it is for 4. And Windward's building. Jamila Glassford, she has been solid. This one is on away once more. Could go pretty close to the boundary. And in fact does. So 2 boundaries coming into this over. So not a good start there by Amanda Edwards. So has conceded 11. In fact, her first over, she would have conceded 2 boundaries and 11 runs in that over.
Yeah, and the deliveries were pitched going further down the leg side for the left-hander, and she executed it nicely, taking opportunities when given, and along with the running between the wickets, as we've been alluding to, even though it was risky early on for the Windward Islands, but they got through with it, and then every time they got loose deliveries, the majority of times they got boundaries.
So, Rosa Leeward continues from this end. And it starts with one wide outside the off stump, but bottom edged back to the keeper by Glasgow, 31 from 56. And she has been the rock for the Windward Islands. This one, it's a nice shot, quicker delivery, but too short and punched up towards extra cover. And it could come very close to the boundary there, going back for the third. And in fact, it's 4.
4 runs, yeah. So some boundaries now coming for the Windward Islands. So they are stepping up on the boundaries now at this particular moment of the game, and really these two building a partnership for the Windward Islands, which they would need. Still a lot of overs to be bowled.
Well, already moving towards a decent score in the first match of the season when they played the Leewards here. Leewards were dismissed for 93. So Leewards has to be very careful here if they're going to win this one. But of course, you write off the Leewards at your own peril. Of course, we would have thought that 253 was not gettable by the Leewards against Jamaica, and they got it.
Yeah, so and we have to always take each match on the day. But so far, these two doing a good partnership for the Windward Islands, and really capitalizing on anything that is loose. They have executed it into the boundaries. And
so we tell you that also going on the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're playing in Jamaica against Jamaica, and the Happy Eagles made 339, and I'm seeing something here which is not making too much sense, but I'll get confirmation on the scores there for that match, which is being played in the Jamaica first innings. Well, we'll have a look at the scoreboard.
over toss, oh my. That might be considered a no ball.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
For height. Yes, here comes the signal now.
So another free hit. So Guyana batting there, 89 for 1 at the moment as the free hit comes up. I'm not believing that one, Victor, but Jamaica, they were all out for 44.
What?
So not capitalizing on that free hit. And the Guyana team, they would have batted first and they would have scored 339. And they bowled out Jamaica for 44 and they're batting again.
Wow.
And let's see the destroyer for Jamaica. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he took 6 for 17 from 11.5 overs.
Wonderful spell.
That's for Guyana. And we had Lyle Smith picking up 4 for 21 from 13 overs. So here, some more runs for the Windward Islands team, in fact 4. So Windward Islands accelerating. The boundaries that come in, they have now gone above 4 runs for over. And certainly some acceleration has come. Crafton is there, she has 12 from 14. And Glasgow has 14 from 63. So acceleration, but have been all out for 44. And Jamaica and Guyana opting to bat again. And here's a run to the Windwards. But more in that game, Victor, with Guyana batting again, and they in their second innings. And they're 90-for-1 at the moment with Shanja Paul. Tajadoreen Shanja Paul not out on 52. And Imlak, the West Indies keeper, not out on 26. And we know, speaking of Imlak, Victor, as a wide, another wide signal. Speaking of Imlak, we know the Silva for Trinidad and Tobago here has picked up his third consecutive century in this year's tournament. So he's in a rich vein of form.
Yes, indeed. And that level of consistency is very good by the Silva. But here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, the Windward Islands keep accelerating their total here against the Leewards after the Leewards won the toss earlier this morning and asked the Windwards to have first now.
They're into the 90s now, 93 for 4.
Wow.
And Amanda Edwards is in a second over, but she has been, he is another no ball being signaled for height.
Oh.
And another free hit. She has been rather expensive so far in this spell. She has now conceded some 22 runs, and she has bowled just some 10 deliveries in this spell so far, and giving away 2 free hits, conceding a second no ball for height. And she comes in with this free hit, and this one is drilled up to long on, and no run is scored there. So it's 95 for 4, the Windwards, and already putting up a fairly good total after being inserted. So the Leeward Islands, they would have to bat well.
Yeah, they will have to bat very well, very good indeed if they're going to really make the runs which the Windward Islands is placing on the board. But these two having a good partnership, and the coach and manager would be very pleased and would hope that they can go very deep into these remaining overs, the 2 batters out there for the Windward Islands. Well, we see some players now going out there. It looks like we're just going to have some advice from the dressing room, and also we can see 2 players going out there, and probably the physio for the Windward Islands. So the Windward Islands, these two compiling a good partnership for their team, and they will only hope that they can go deep into the overs.
Yes, so the other regional match that is being played today, of course, is the West Indies Academy. Well, one of the other matches being played, I must say. The Academy comes up against the Trinidad and Tobago team. And that match is being played in Antigua at Coolidge. And just to update you on that match, of course, there are 4 matches being played today. So, as regards to that particular match, Trinidad and Tobago, they would have batted first, and they would have scored some 304 all out, with the Silva getting 120, his 3rd consecutive century. And the West Indies Academy. In reply, they would have gotten to 268 all out with Joshua Bishop getting 102. And Carlon Boyne Tuckett, he scored 71. So Bishop getting a century there. This one played into the onside 4 more. So boundaries are flowing here for the Windward Islands. This time it's Rosa Leeward who has been struck backward of square for another boundary. So just to continue on that match, Trinidad and Tobago batting a second time. They are leading. In fact, they're leading by some 41 runs. They're batting a second time, and they're just 5 on a loss. So Academy putting up a fairly good showing there against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and getting to 269 in the air taken. This time it's Edwards who takes the catch, and it's Crafton who goes for 21. Ball played down to long on, and easily taken there by Edwards coming from off the boundary. So Leeward Islands picking up their 5th wicket with the score 99, and we're in over number 23. So Leewards continue to pick up wickets, and not going to badly at the moment. But the 4th men's regional match is also taking place today, and we have the Barbados Pride coming up against the combined campuses and colleges, and that match of course is being played in Bridgetown, Barbados, and we can give you a score on that, where Barbados made 428 all out. And the combined colleges and campuses, they of course batting at the moment. They would have been reinserted by Barbados. Barbados 429 as 428, as I said, all out. Combined colleges and campuses to 62 and 17 for 2. And for Barbados, of course, you would have had Ruston Chase getting a century, coming back in and getting a century. And you had Kevin Wickham getting 95. Those were the main contributors for the Barbados in the first inning. And then for the combined colleges and campuses, they would have responded. Oh, here's a loud appeal, but not given. We had a century from Damel Evelyn, who scored 101 for the combined colleges and campuses, and Kyron Powell, he got 45, and they got to score 262 all out. And the situation is that the combined and campuses and colleges, they are batting a second time, and they're in fact on 17 for 2. And the batters at the crease at the moment, Camille Pouan, no score, and the century maker from the first innings, Damel Evelyn, is on 3. So that's the situation in that match. But back here at St. Paul's, it's 99 for 5 from 23 overs. And you see Maynard has been brought back by the captain from the far end, Amanda Edwards, who so far has been expensive. She has bowled 2 overs and has been very expensive. So she has taken herself out of the attack and brought back Maynard. Projected score at this rate, the Windward's 215. She's looking to force, but being beaten by one there. In fact, it passed very close to the off stump.
Yes, indeed.
Just a quarter vanish. She could have been on her way. Stayed down to short turn man for single. So, the bat, of course, Fontaine takes strike now. Glasgow has moved to 42. And certainly, Glasgow has held this innings together so far for the Leeward Islands, for the Windward Islands, sorry.
Yes, and Glasgow would be very much aware and how important it is to go very deep into the remaining overs for her team, the Windward Islands.
42 from 68, of course, she would have opened the batting for the Windward Islands. So Fontaine looking to get off the mark. So Victor, the last day of this tournament, I know you would have looked at most of the matches, and I'm pretty certain you would have had some impression of what you have seen so far by these female cricketers for the West Indies.
Well, the good things that I have seen in terms of the percentage of batters that got half centuries, and some of the players even got 2 out of the series so far. The spinners of Trinidad and Tobago, they have been consistently outstanding, and that's another area too where we can look at. Afi Fletcher as a right arm wrist spinner too, which is the more difficult of the arts. She has done well with the ball also too.
Well, before you continue, Afi Fletcher would have picked up 5 wickets in the very first match against the Leeward Islands, but I don't think she has picked up much more wickets after that. In fact, she's not in the top 5 bowlers in terms of wickets.
Wickets column, yes.
And Munisa, she's at number 5, and she would have picked up some 8 wickets, which suggests to me that Afi Fletcher, after picking up a 5-4, is well below that.
But the spinners in general, though, I think they have held their own very well in the tournament. But like we say, the percentage of wides by all the teams, that definitely is an area that will need great improvement for future tournaments. But this one, the coaches would have seen that the control of the bowlers have to be a lot much more accurate. But we're going to see some more runs for the Windward Islands here.
Nice shot played into the offside, and once again
another mystery.
This time it's Clark out there at cover, not picking up cleanly and returning and allowing the batters a second run, but not good cricket at all by the Leeward Islands. They won the toss, inserted the Leewards. This one is driven back to was it Leeward, who's in fact in her last over, and she has picked up 2 for 33. Edges, and we'll get a couple runs here. In fact, back for the second run, could get a third. Now this is poor running. They should have been looking for a second run and put some pressure on the fielder, but in fact, they settled quite early for 2.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things too, by all the matches that I have seen, whereby a lot of times instead of really trying to really run the runs until the ball crosses the boundary, they have not been doing that. Another misfield again by the Leeward Islands. So the out cricket and the outfielding by the Leeward Islands has not really been on par. Like I was saying to Earl, that for the matches that I have seen, too many of the batters have been, when the ball is struck into the wider areas of the field, being waiting to see if the ball would cross the boundary line instead of running until it crosses the boundary line, then they can be at halt. And the majority of the teams have been guilty of that aspect, whereby when balls are struck out into the deep areas of the field, they are ball watching at times to see if it's going to cross the boundary instead of running until the umpires then would signal if it crossed the boundary. So you have, that's an area to where they have to look for every available run, and always looking to run the first one as quickly as possible to capitalize if there is any misfields, that it's easier getting a second run. So running between the wickets also too, and collectively all the teams have areas where they will have to work on, but the most obvious thing has been the percentage of the wides, and all the teams have been very much guilty of the control with their line and length and directions.
Yes, as another over comes to an end, the Windwards, they have moved into three figures. They brought up their 100. They are 106 at the moment for 5. And Glasgow, she's still there. She has been solid. She's on 47. Just 3 runs off of what would be a second half century of the series. She would have picked up a half century against the Leeward Islands also in the first round of this tournament. 55 not out. So she seems to fancy the Leeward Islands bowling. And she's on 47, not out at the moment and going well.
Yeah, so she there with the foundation of this innings, and it would be even more important if she can bat as deep as possible into the remaining overs. But at the present moment, though, it's a good total the Windward Islands have on board, and still a good amount of overs to be bowled. So there is no need for no indiscretions. They just have to wait on their loose deliveries, and really, and here is an appeal, and it's given.
Well. Maynard picking up her first wicket. She was back onto the back foot, and let's look at this shot. Oh yes, might have been hitting leg stump, and rather funny way of playing that shot with the left leg raised and being struck on the right leg.
Yeah.
And the batter being given out leg before.
And it was a full length delivery, and where she should have been coming on the front foot, but she was on the back foot, so trapped on the crease, and it struck her right leg, so given out leg before. So another good wicket for the Leeward Islands, but the Windward Islands just over 100 runs now, but the 7th wicket going down.
Yeah, but we are going to take a water break as the players and umpires break for a drinks break. Well, the players have refreshed themselves. Win was 106 for 6, but Barbados not having done too well there at Water Park, already been dismissed for some 71 runs, and that's a final with Anisa Mohammed bowling some 7 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, 3 wickets. The captain, Ramarak, she bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, picked up 2 wickets. Samara Ramnath, she bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, conceded 20 runs and picked up 2 wickets. And Rita Ramtahal, the medium pacer for Trinidad and Tobago, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, and she picked up 2 wickets. So excellent bowling figures there for Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago just need to make some 72 runs to put their hands on this year's trophy. If I was to bet 25 cents, my 25 cents would be, of course, on Trinidad and Tobago to win that one. But we're still playing cricket, so you never know. So we still have to await the outcome of that one. But so far for this first half, Trinidad and Tobago definitely in the ascendancy, and they would have gotten the better of that one so far. In fact, let's see how many overs they would have used up. They would have used just 29 overs in which to dismiss Barbados.
Well, and it shows really collectively all around quality spin bowling attack of Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados there at Warner Park, and really demonstrating again that their bowling attack has really proven that they have been the best in this year's 2025 Regional Women's Tournament. Well, they will have to bat though, and cricket is always on the day. So, but right now, Trinidad is in a very solid position to be the champions of 2025.
So they had it, and the other game, of course, being played. The Guyana women, they're 101 for 4 at Connery. So they are fighting back a bit there. Guyana 101 for 4. But here's one tossed up by Maynard. Maynard would have picked up a wicket so far. We've just gone past the halfway mark in this match in over number 26. And the Windward's going at over 4 runs per over. New batter, of course, Paul Etienne. She has been, she's playing her last match for the Windward Islands. She has been playing cricket for quite some time, and really and truly would be looking to go off with a good showing here for the Windward Islands. We have seen her getting useful runs in the past. And opening the bowling for the Windwards, and she gets one which is floated up and just keeps it out. So should be looking to go off with a bang. Victor, how did you perform in the last match you would have played for the Leeward Islands? Did you get that 100?
No, not at all.
And you remember the scores that you would have gotten in your last match?
Right off of my head right now, no, I can't recollect what was my finals.
Quite convenient. The man who remembers every century he has scored. Is it fair to say you got a duck?
Well, no, I wouldn't be afraid to say that, because that's all part and parcel of the game. I've not just one duck in my career. I've got many ducks in my career.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, we can do some research on that. But I would not like to call a figure and then it's inaccurate.
It was not 100, I'm sure, because you would have remembered that.
Yeah. Knowing me, you know that I definitely would have remembered that. But my last regional series, though, is when Curtly Ambrose made his debut for the Leeward Islands at Gorkar Park. That might have been in 1988, if not I'm mistaken. I'm not too certain what my score was in that particular game at Guacara Park when Cambrose made his debut. So currently now, yeah. But runs for the Windward Islands, they're gonna add another run to their total. So anything over 100, and because we have even seen in this tournament here, teams getting bowled out and under 100, and there is it in the final at Warner Park there. Trinidad and Tobago spinners really having the better of Barbados by skittling them out for 71. But they still have to go out there and try to get those runs. Runs on the board is already stationed, but
Paul Etienne in the last game for the Windward Islands, and she is age 42, would be 43 in June of this year. And you see, in fact, the keeper is bowling now. She has taken off the pads and he's bowling off spin from. That's interesting.
that's interesting.
When his boys.
And her first delivery was right on target, good line and length, just on about off stump to the right-hander batter.
So she's showing some versatility. And this one, an attempted flick into the onside, just a single. So I'm trying to figure out the player there who was taken on the wicket-keeping gloves for the Leeward Islands. We'll sort that out in a while, but Boyce has opted to bowl a bit of off-spin here for the Leeward Islands. Right arm off-spin, the regular keeper, and this, of course, is the first bowl for this year. Seems to know the field that she wants. Not bad at all, although it's going for runs. And in fact, Glasgow will get the second run and we'll get to a 50. 50 from 75 deliveries. Well played there by Glasgow. And she has struck some 4-4s in a 50. So 50 from 75 deliveries, and well played by the young lady Glasgow.
Yeah, good calculation of this innings. She did not go into any indiscretions and really waited for her loose deliveries and ran well between the wickets. Very well played, Glasgow.
So once again, she has been the backbone of the Windward Islands batting. Of course, the Windward Islands, well, Glasgow herself would have been selected by the West Indian selectors to play international cricket. So she's one of the considered to be one of the top batters in the region. But it's the end of that over by Boyce, and it's now 110 for 6. But extras showing a healthy 18 at this point, and we're just gone past the halfway mark.
Yes, and really a good half century, and I like the way that she started, and up to now she has looked very good. And to my recollection, did she give a chance in her innings? I probably would like to doubt it, but
I can't recall any.
I can't recall any either. But
Martin, of course, is the keeper for the Leewards, and this is another full pitch delivery, played up to mid-wicket. We look at the umpire, and well, it appears to be a legal delivery, but certainly it was given a lot of loop.
Well flighted.
Overflighted, in fact, and pulled into the onside for a single. So Martin in the 6th over, she has 1 for 18. Here is Glasgow looking to force, but she would need to continue to play the role that she's playing at the moment for the Windward Islands. They've already lost some 6 wickets. We know Etienne is a capable batter. She contributes well with the bat. And it seems as though there are flies around. I see by the manual scoreboard, Victor, the scores, they're fanning profusely, so it seems as though there's an abundance of flies over there.
Keeping them busy.
Yes, those arms would get pretty tired in a quick time. So Morgan, Glasgow, sorry, as Maynard is continuing, so she would have had an extended spell. Just 1-1 in this over so far. In the air, someone is getting on date. Hector takes the catch. A good running catch there by Hector. And Glasgow goes, caught Hector, bowled Maynard, and she goes for 50 runs. So having just gotten to a 50, I would say giving it away.
Yes, she did. And on that occasion, it was the delivery flighted though, from the spinner, not afraid to flighten it to Glasgow, who was out there batting very well. And really the first mistake that she has made, and that has cost her a wicket, but a very well played 50 by Glasgow, but another wicket for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, but I was just saying that Glasgow needs to bat on. She has been the rock for the Windward Islands. I was just saying we had just gone past halfway. In fact, she got out in the 28th over, so there are another 22 overs left in this innings. And certainly not the required shot at the moment. And she should have been looking to take it deep as possible. We know she has the ability to accelerate. And with wickets going down, I was saying that Windward Islands would not like to lose another wicket at this point. And right on cue, she gives it away.
Yes, and the way that she got out, and obviously, most likely, I must say that the coach would be telling her then that you were in, you got a good start, a good knock, but look at the percentage of overs still to be bowled. And so in the future, try to go deep into the overs when you have gotten a start like she did, but very well played in the end.
Yeah, but a good running catch there by Hector. She had to run all the way from sort of wideish mid-on, in fact, wideish mid-off into a straightish mid-on position to take that catch. And she covered ground quite quickly and took the catch well. So good catch there by Hector.
Yes, indeed, yes. Her sprint was good. She kept her eyes on the ball, and she took it chest height. Just in case if it might have popped, she would have had a second chance, because in taking it up at her chest height, and she did it well. So that was a good running catch indeed.
Hector, of course, is a huge frame, and she certainly did well. Oh, and here we see Martin missing one. She's the keeper. She has taken over from Boyce, who is bowling at the moment, and allowed an extra run. So every run important at this stage. 112 it is now for 7. Projected score has gone down to 197. But just 3 wickets to go, 112 for 7. So Leewards would like to mop up as quickly as possible here. Too short. And so many times we have seen teams allowing teams to get away. But Victor, it does not seem as though over by that manual scoreboard is the right place to be at the moment. The scores there, they've been kept very busy.
Yeah.
It seems as though there are quite a number of sandflies in that area.
Yes,
they have been fanning quite vigorously, going forward, and gets it into the onside. So the over comes to an end. We have had some 29 overs completed, 112 for 7. Janila Glasswood 50 from 82, Nerissa Crafton 21 from 23, and Ashley Edwards 11 from 20. 2 for 37 for Rosa Leibert from 10. And Cheyenne Moses 2 for 10 from 4, and Davonique Maynard, she has also picked up 2 wickets. And she would continue. She, in fact, has picked up 2 for 18 from 6. So those figures are quite good for young Davonique Maynard. So she starts the 7th over. Now we see the players.
Yeah, and
Umpires seem to be bothered by these insects.
well, I've been experiencing 1 or 2 now and then here in our position.
Is Etienne going for the big hit, drags it across all along the ground up to Hector. And this he can't score. Normally, you'd have this happening after heavy rains. And of course, yesterday afternoon I've been told, and in the evening there was quite some showers here at St. Paul's. Tossed up, swung away, and that could go into the boundary. In fact, no, Hector gets to it as it slows up. And this is the way Etienne plays. And she picks up 2, so she loves going over the top. And those to take her to 3. So Victor has caught the fanning disease.
Flies are coming my way now.
114 for 7. And just to remind listeners that that final at Warner Park well and truly on its way. Barbados being dismissed for some 71 runs. And that is not a score that the Barbados team would be too happy about. And you know, Guyana on the other hand, at Connery they are doing much better. They're 112 for 4. Windward's here 114 for 7. So, you know, of course, Barbados would have hoped for a much better score after being inserted at Warner Park. And Warner Park, from all reports, Victor, it has been a dead track. But obviously we're going to have a new winner this year.
That's right.
In 2023, Barbados would have won that. In fact, they would have won both that and the T20 series. And last year we had Jamaica winning the 50-over tournament. So another team, a new team would be putting their hand. Well, I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Barbados is still there because they, who knows, it's cricket, they could bowl out.
That's right.
Trinidad and Tobago appeal goes up. They could bowl out Trinidad and Tobago below that score. So let's look at it again. Might have been outside off. As this one is played out towards the boundary. Edwards picks up 2 runs. Ball slowing up inside the boundary. Was in there for some time. And St. John's would have gotten off that mark with those 2 runs. So these 2 players, they're prepared to go over the top. Driven powerfully back to Boyce, Renice Boyce in the air. And she might have missed out on the first wicket there. Yes,
She looked like she was getting out of the way.
Straight back to her.
Yeah.
And Beanie St. Jean seems to be a no-nonsense player. Seems to give it a good whack. She's swinging and swinging well. That goes down to square leg for 4. That's a good shot.
Yeah, because she struck it with the turn towards the off spin was coming into her. Looked like it just pitched about center stump, and she struck it nicely with the turn into the deep mid-wicket boundary for a 4.
120 for 7, the Windwards at the end of over number 31. And with these two at the crease, we could be in for some excitement. Wow. And the Leewards, they would have to be very careful here. They would like to get rid of one of these two as quickly as possible, because if they hang around for some time, they could pose a very good total for the Leewards to chase down.
And plus they have the overs too. The overs are in their column. That's the Windward Islands. Even though they have lost some 7 wickets, they have a lot of overs still to be bowled.
Another 19, of course. Draws away, forces, well caught. Good catch there by Renice Boyce, who's in the outfield at extra cover, just slightly to her left, which is a wrong side, and she really plucked it out of the air nicely. Wonderful catch indeed by Boyce, moving smartly. And another wicket goes down for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, that was good anticipation. It was struck firmly too, and a good catch, and another wicket going down, but good catch there by Boyce, and we have seen all the Leeward Islands players assembling together there.
Guard of honor for
Oh, okay, yes, for the official departure of
for Etienne, who has been dismissed. This, of course, being the last game for the 42-year-old, and she's been given a guard of honor by the Windward Island players and their counterparts, the Leeward Island players. The officials are there too, and they are giving her a hand as she walks back, and a very touching sign there by the players, acknowledging the 42-year-old who has served the Windward Islands cricket very well. And she makes her way off for the last time as a batter. Of course, she would have a bowl, I would assume, in the Leeward Islands knock at the crease, but certainly a very good gesture there by the players.
Yes, and that was a very good send-off there for Etienne, well deserving, and both teams were assembled just beneath us here. And that was a very good gesture, and all fall into the line of recognizing and appreciation, which was very good.
Yes, so we are back with play. The new batter is Amir Gilbert. She would face, and Davonique Maynard, she has picked up a 3rd wicket, 3 for 20 from 7.1 overs. So she has had a successful spell so far, and looking for 4th wicket. The new batter, of course, Amir Gilbert, settles in. Gets one, is rather gingerly forward, and gets it into the onside. So, Victor, I don't know if you might have had a guard of honor when you played your last match, or
no,
you probably didn't announce that you were playing your last match.
No, I never had that one.
But valuable runs here for the Windwards as they pick up 2. And in fact, by signal, 2 byes. Tonya Martin, who is with the gloves, allowing 2 byes through her. So Barbados women 71. The only score of note there for Barbados. And it just shows the reliance on the Knight sisters in particular.
That's right.
And the twin Knight sisters, they were only able to get 1 run between them today.
Well, and
They combined for 1 run. Kaisia, a duck from 10 deliveries, and Kaishona 1 from 5 deliveries. And you had good, well, the main score was 28 by Asabi Calendar, the other opener from 64 deliveries. Trishan Holder, she got 15 from 22. And then there were 12 extras. No one else in double figures. So a poor showing there by the Barbados team, as you have the completion of another over here. So 32 completed, 122 for 8.
Well, the Knight sisters did not present themselves when it mattered most in the final there at Warner Park, but that's all part and parcels of the game of cricket. And really, Trinidad and Tobago, collectively, especially more so, their spinners, how well and consistently they have bowled throughout the tournament.
Yes, they have, and certainly deserve to win today. You know, they would have defeated Barbados when they played Barbados here on Monday. And certainly repeating the performance, as if to suggest to everyone that it was not a fluke. They are really into this. Is another wide by Boyce. So Barbados, of course, would have made a low score here against Trinidad and Tobago.
85
on Monday. Yes, they scored just some 85 runs. So for a second time, failing to get to 100 runs against the Trinidad and Tobago team. Barbados bowling lineup, not one to be feared by any means. And you would expect Trinidad and Tobago to get those 72 runs to win quite easily. But who knows? Kalia Elliott, of course, for Barbados, he has been their top spinner, but tends to be a bit loose at times. And perhaps Mayers would have to bowl very well today if Barbados is to get out of this one. Of course, Barbados is heavily reliant on their fast bowlers. The captain herself, Aline. There's Cornell. We saw Gordon here against Leeward picking up 4 wickets.
Another wide.
In fact, Gordon would have picked up 4 for 12 as the wides continue. So they're racing towards 400 in this year's tournament at the end of last round. And there is another one. They would have already gone past 327 at the end of the 4th round. And we have had quite a number in this tournament so far. So this is something that the coaches would have to work on for the next tournament. She's cutting and missing at one outside the off stump. So when his boys has been brought into the attack to bowl, giving up the gloves. And is she looking to whip this one into the onside? Missed it completely. That's Gilbert. And she is kept or not. Abini St. John is on 7 from 12. And 33 overs, another 17 left. 24 extras so far.
Yes, and the extras is in a high column for the Leeward Islands, really bowling and giving away a lot of extras there to the Windward Islands.
As we see a small craft, a boat, going across the ocean there, perhaps heading down to Deep Bay, or perhaps heading a little further. But it appears to me as though it might be heading towards Deep Bay, which is further west of St. Paul's. In fact, it's the next village after St. Paul's going west, Victor.
Yeah.
When last have you been to Deep Bay?
Well, passed through, barely, but not really permanently in for any reason at all being in Deep Bay.
Nice place to be.
Yeah, it is. Cage's pasture.
Couple of restaurants there that serve good food. as this one is edged down towards a short turn man for Saxena to field. In fact, the boat seems to be making a U-turn, so perhaps going elsewhere. Probably heading towards St. Martin or one of those places.
Yeah, it has changed its direction.
Drives and bowled. My word. Maynard is ecstatic. She has picked up a 4th wicket as the batter there was driving at one and missing completely and being bowled all over the place. So it's 4 wickets now for Maynard. And the Windward Islands really capitulated at this point, Victor.
Yes, indeed, but this is a good spell for Maynard coming from that far end, and she has her usual signal when she gets a wicket. She goes down almost on one knee and then keep circulating the right arm, but a good spell by her. And the final, though, we can tell you, is being played between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. And Barbados, they were all out for 71 of some 29 overs. So Trinidad and Tobago will feel very confident chasing those 71 runs.
Yeah, 8 for 1 going after those 71 runs, Trinidad and Tobago. So that second half has started. Loud appeal. As it's Selena Ross, the batter. So Gilbert looking for 5-4. She's in a 9th over.
Wow.
And 8.4 overs to be exact, 4 for 20. This has been a fantastic spell there by Davonique Maynard. Tosses up and seem to have gone through the legs of Ross. Ross seems to be at sea. And she's very close to the sea, of course. Not as close as it appears. It's rather an optical illusion. The sea appears to be much further. I think it was Visham Lalman last year who thought that the sea was just behind the wall. But it's a long way off, Visham.
Yes,
you have to travel quite a bit of distance to get to the sea. And
from our vantage point,
the land slopes downwards, so it's a pronounced slope downwards, but quite some distance from the sea. But when you look out, it appears to be a lot closer. But it's just an optical illusion, one of those things.
Yeah, it's very a good distance.
34 overs completed, 126 for 9. The Windwards, is this enough? We know that the Leewards have been guilty of some low scores. So it is safe to say that the Windwards are not out of this one. But it's anybody's game.
That's right.
But I think, though, that the Leewards have done well to restrict the Windwards to 129, and they will be looking to mop up this tail as quickly as possible, looking to get this last wicket. And here is it driven powerfully back by Gilbert down towards the long on boundary, 4 runs. That's a good shot, powerfully struck. She advanced towards that one, towards the pitch, and she really struck it powerfully straight on the onside of the wicket and picked up 4.
Yes, and one of the better strokes that you can see by a batter, as she also moved her feet nicely and got to the pitch, and she earned herself 4 deserving runs.
So it's 130 now for 9. And she's swinging and missing, and is stumped. Yes, she is. Swinging and missing, and oh my, Anthony is really showing off there. A bit of gyration there from Anthony. There we see swinging and missing and looking to get back, and Anthony breaking the stumps and appealing, and there she goes. Bishop is not showing that one.
Well, big celebration there, too.
So quickly, The Windwards, after being inserted, all out for 130. And just to tell you quickly that the Windwards, they would have gotten to 130 with Janila Glassford getting 50 from 82 deliveries. Ashleen Maynard, Edward Sari, she got 11 from 20. Larissa Crafton, she got 21 from 23. And there were 24 extras, and of that 14 wides. And those were the main contributors to the Windward Islands score of 130. And just to tell you that for the Leewards, Davonique Maynard, she bowled 9 overs and picked up 4 for 20. And Moses, she bowled 4 overs, picked up 2 for 10, and had a maiden in that. And it was a lie, but she bowled 10 overs with a maiden, picked up 2 for 37. Jazara Claxton, 3 overs for 9 runs. She picked up 1 wicket, and when his boys keeper turned bowler, she bowled 4.1 overs with 1 maiden, and she picked up 1 for 17. So that's the position there, and it's 12:34 by my watch now. I suspect that we'll be having lunch at this point, but when we come back, the Leeward Islands would be looking to score 131 if they are to win this match. And of course, it goes without saying that with some 50 overs available in which to get these runs, the Windward Islands would be looking for 10 wickets if they are to win this match. So until we rejoin you after the luncheon interval, we head back to our control. Back here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, we are about to see the start of the reply there by the Leeward Islands, pursuing 131 runs if they are to win this one. And of course, the Windward Islands would want to take some 10 wickets if they are to come out on top. 150 overs are a lot of overs, and you would expect that if the Leeward Islands bat anywhere near close to this 50 overs, they're going to get this 130 runs. So what Windward Islands would be looking to do is to try and bowl the Leeward Islands out. Of course, last Monday they would have dismissed them for some just 93 runs, and they chased that down quite easily. And Leewards, of course, has never beaten the Windward Islands.
Well, so a good contest here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and good day to all who might just be joining us here at this particular venue. There is also the grand final, which is taking place at Warner Park between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. But here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, it's the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. Well, the Windwards was asked to bat first, and the play is just about ready now for the Leeward Islands in pursuit of 131 for victory. The Windward Islands scored 130, so we should have a good result whichever way it goes.
Well, we would have a result. I don't know if it would be a good one, but certainly a good one for one of these teams. And, of course, that would put them in fifth position. But turned into the onside for the first run by Saxena. She's opening today alongside KSG Boyles from St. Kitts making a debut. And Paul Etienne has started the attack from this the pavilion end.
Well, this is a good opportunity for the debutant to really put up her hand and try to get a good start to her career.
So she faces the first delivery, plays that and misses. But Victor, of course, you know, Leewards, they've done fairly well to dismiss the Windward Islands for 130 runs after inserting them. Of course, they would have had some blemishes in the field.
Yeah.
And it could have been a lot less for the Windwards. But Boyles, who hails from St. Kitts, and I'm hoping that a strong support of Boyles is in the ground to look at her perform today. She's yet to get a run. But Etienne, who is in the last match. Nice shot, lovely shot. Played into the offside by Bowles. She's getting runs, in fact, falls over. She turns for a second run, but that's a good shot. And finding the gap well and placing it between extra cover and picking up 2 runs.
Yeah, the placement was good and well deserving too, all along the ground. So, good start for her to get off the back.
Yeah, so she is on her way. And of course, at Warner Park, that second innings of that match is in progress at Warner Park, with the Trinidad and Tobago chasing some 360 runs. Chasing 71 runs, I'm sorry. Where did I get that figure from? Guyana has done well. They have fought back. They in the 50th over, they're 181 for 7, so they fought back well, the Guyana.
Yes, indeed, and that is good.
Boyles keeps it out, and the over comes to an end. So a good start there by Boyles. Starting well. So we'll just try and get a look at that match there at Warner Park. Victor?
Yes, well, that's the final. It's between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados.
And
It's going to be interesting to hear what is the present situation.
30 for 1, chasing
Ah,
72 for victory.
yeah, well, they're in a
The
solid position.
So
Solid position.
just losing that 1 wicket, and it's going to be Ross to start from the far end. So the Windward Islands team starting with their seamers. Etienne started from the pavilion end, but it's Ross from the far end, the Caribbean Sea end, I must say.
That's right.
The southern end, and she's bowling left arm. It seems left arm over the wicket. Left arm seamers starts with a wide and nicely played by Saxena. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary, 4 runs. That's a good start by Saxena.
Yes, she made use of that full toss. She placed it well too. The timing was good, and she earned herself 4 good-looking runs there.
So overpitched, and Saxena obliged by putting it across the boundary line. And it's a good start there for the Leeward Islands in over number 2. And they've already picked up a boundary. And they would be looking to capitalize on any bad deliveries. And I'm pretty certain it's not going to be long before we see the spin bowlers in the attack for Dominica. Of course, we are just in the second over of the power play. And the Saxena is looking solid here with that shot.
Yeah, getting in line quite nicely indeed, and playing with the straight bat, moving her feet well. And these two would, for the Leewards, that is the openers, trying to really establish a good start for their team.
Of course, the Leeward Islands, they must have self-belief. Saxena defends well. So there must be some self-belief that they can get these runs. They have done the first part of the job well. They have dismissed the Windwards for 130. And what they should be telling themselves is that they chased down 253 to win their first match in this tournament. And they can do it again. They can beat Windwards for the first time. Quick single, but well judged though. It was played with soft hand. It was away from any fielder. The captain, Zadie James, had to move some distance from a position at extra cover to retrieve mid-off. It was a bit deep, and they were home for that single quite easily. So good thinking there by Saxena.
Mm-hmm. And the call-in was early too. That was even more evident there, and that is good. I like to see that. That was a good thing.
The Guyana team coming up against Jamaica, they would have done well. They would have fought back well. And last time we looked there, 49 overs had gone. And in fact, 49.5 overs, they've lost another wicket there, 182 for 8.
Wow.
In the final over. In fact, the score ends there. So
that's a good total.
Another over comes to an end there. And the Guyana has a good bowling attack. So 182. 182 for 8. The final score for Guyana. And Grimond, Williana Grimond, she would have batted well for Guyana this season. She would have picked up another half-century, her second half-century of the tournament. And she would have top scored with 71, with Sherry-Ann Fraser, the all-rounder for Guyana, getting 47 from 61 deliveries. And the captain, Shimeen Campbell, she scored 26. So Guyana managing to post a competitive total of 182. And, that would give them something to work with. Barbados, on the other hand, 71. Not a very good total to work with at all. But Leeward here looking to get another victory in this year's tournament. It would be another feather in their cap, Victor.
Yeah, if they can get to overhaul that's 130, that would be good from a Leeward Islands point of view. But on the other hand, the Windward Islands bowlers so far, they've been bowling good line and length.
Oh, taking on the pad, their finger goes up, she's on away. So Saxena goes like before to Etienne, and look at that again. Oh yes, taking on the left pad. She was across the crease, and it took on the left pad, and that seemed to have been hitting stumps there. I think Saxena guilty of going too far across and probably playing down the wrong line, because the right leg was extended. It missed the right leg completely and struck the left leg, which was in front, and she's on her way. Sector goes out. Yeah,
Guilty of hitting across the line, and really a delivery that was pitched on the center stump, and really the umpire had an easy task there in raising the finger. So Guyana getting another, well, a wicket there for Guyana, and
for Guyana.
Sorry, first Grenada. Pardon me.
Grenada.
Sorry, the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands getting that wicket there against the Leeward Islands. So game on.
Well, good start there but this one is poor delivery mix-up, and better throw, and she could have been out. Now they're getting more runs as the ball is going out towards the third man boundary, but played to the fielder. They were looking for a run, which I thought was not on, and in the end, after some hesitation, they decided to go through for the run. The return missed the stumps at the striker's end, and in fact missed it by a long way, and ran away down towards the third man, and allow Hector to get a second run there. So they would have to be careful, these two. And he is Hector. She's strongly built, powerfully built, in fact.
Yes.
And she really gives it a good whack.
Yeah, and she was looking to really hit that over the top, over the infield. Got an inside edge, and it went down to fine leg. But in any event, getting one more run.
Hector is not prepared to hang around. She comes in at number 3. And see, rather stylishly being pushed into the offside by KSG Boyles, who's on 2 from 8.
Well, looking at Boyles for the short period of time, we can see that she is using that straight bat. She's playing with a straight bat.
Yes, she looks like a classical player. It's the first seen her. In fact, this is her first match.
Yeah.
And of course, she hails from the Hainsmith area there in Bastille. And she's looking good so far. She's played 1 or 2 good shots. The shots she played to get off the mark was really nicely played. An elegant looking shot, and finding the gap nicely and picking up 2. So still on those 2 runs. But Hector coming in fairly early, coming in at number 3. And we see changes in the Leeward Islands opening pair today. Normally you would have Melissa Clark up there. And in fact, Saxena normally comes at around 5 or thereabout. Maynard would have opened the innings also. In the last match, in fact, taking on the pad, Peel, but probably missing off. So Maynard would have opened in the last match. And today we saw Saxena and Boyles being placed in those positions. In fact, the Leeward Islands would have had two changes today. Kimberly Anthony, the leading bowler, is not playing today. And here is Anthony, in fact, Hector, getting a single up to long on. She really wound up there for that shot.
Yeah, and Hector looks to be that aggressive type of batter. From ball one, we have seen that inclination where she's opening up her shoulders. But more orthodox batsman now. Boyles is on strike.
Gets a full pitch, doesn't get it away. Seemed to he would have missed out there.
Yes.
Over pitch delivery there from Ross, Selena Ross.
Yeah. What happened on that occasion? It appears like she was reaching instead of shuffling across the crease. But anyway, it went safe, but no run.
Yes, she had that back foot anchored.
Yeah.
And she never moved it. Oh, taking on the pad. Let's wait on the umpire. Probably pitching outside leg. And in fact, the umpire seems to be indicating that it was going down leg. But one got the impression that with the angle, the left arm might have been pitching outside leg.
Well, looking at the keeper was shuffling down the leg side also too, but that might have also give a more indication where it was heading, because if the keeper is moving down to leg, she was more anticipating to receive it going in that direction.
Defended by Boyles, and the over comes to an end. So Leeward's in search of 131 if they are to win this match. And they've already lost a wicket. They now just 12 for 1 from 4 overs.
What do you think, though, the batting approach should be for the Leewards if they should be overhauling this total of 130?
Batting approach should be normal, and you know, they would have to look to score and not allow themselves to get bogged down.
That's right.
Because if you allow yourself to get bogged down, of course, you're allowing the bowlers into the game. And Leewards would not want that. They would want to be rotating the strike, picking up singles, putting away the bad deliveries. As Etienne aborts a run.
A lot of times, too, batters must contemplate how many legal deliveries to be bowled, how many runs to be had, and just, play, as you quite rightly said, look for the runs wherever possible. Like that, good one.
Yes, that's a good single. It was just pushed to mid-on, which is vacant. In fact, there was a fielder down on the long-on boundary, quite surprisingly at this stage of the game. But, of course, Hector was in strike and she hits it a long way, so not surprising that the fielder is back on the long-on boundary, and the fielder now comes in inside the circle to a more orthodox mid-on. And for the other opener, Boyles, Fina Joseph, she is, in fact, that's Glasgow in that position. And Fina Joseph, she is at mid-off.
Yeah, and that was good field adjustment there, because Hector is the one who is opening up her shoulders, so having the long on, that was a good move. But then for Boyles, who is more elegant, bringing the fielder into the normal mid-on position.
Please, that misses outside the house stump. Field here for Etienne, who's bowling right arm slow medium. She has a slip. Third man back on the boundary. So backward point, short cover, extra cover, in close, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg. So that's the field for Etienne, who's bowling of a shortened run, and she's bowling right arm slow medium.
Yeah, and from my vantage point here, I can see she's getting a slight outswing delivery. But if you look at balls, she's actually covering her stumps before the bowler releases the ball.
Flashes that and misses outside the off stump. Not really keeping an eye on the ball. And not really getting across so well. And she needs to do that.
Yeah, she's reaching instead of shuffling.
Gets one on the off stump and defends it. So it has been a rather pleasant day here at St. Paul's, Victor. A bit on the humid side. Not much breeze. As we look out in the distance, we can see that the trees are rather still. The trees beyond the ground, just behind the ground. So not much of a breeze blowing out there. But nevertheless, it has been a pleasant day. We have not, for most parts, we have not had the full sunshine. At times there seemed to be a bit of a cloud cover, but
yes,
we certainly have not had any signs of rain. And we have had uninterrupted play so far. Russ bowls are wide. It's an offside wide. It goes to the keeper. Signal 2. So Windward's looking to dismiss the Leewards again, looking to defeat them again, and that, of course, would put them in 5th position in this tournament. Oh, misses one. The keeper misses it, and the batters are just dragging through for 4 byes. It eventually goes, but that ball was traveling rather slowly towards the boundary, and the batters were just virtually walking through for the first run and not really looking to be urgent about their running, and just in case it had not crossed the line, and they, could have maximized on the runs, but
certainly
in the end it crosses the line, and so 4 important runs there to the Leewards. Driven powerfully straight on the onside, just a single this time though.
Yeah, and really, when the ball evaded the wicket keeper in that instance, just keep running between the wickets, to try and capitalize on all the possible available runs. And we have seen a bit of that being happening too, whereby batters are looking to see the ball just going over the boundary and not running all the time.
Ross, she seems to bowl a rather full length, as overpitched at times. She's coming left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Boyles. She does the same for Hector, but really bowling a full length here. In the air and out. So there goes Boyles, flashing at one which was pitched on the stumps. It took the outer portion of the bat, and the captain, Zadie James, who was at backward point, backpedaled quite nicely and took the catch. So Boyles goes out, caught by James, and she scored 2 from some 17 deliveries.
And all we have both recognized with Boyles, she was always reaching and not shuffling. And on that occasion, that cost her wicket.
I would not say, Victor, that ball certainly was on the stumps. And she was looking to go over the top, and it peeled off the outer portion of the bat and went to backward point. I'm not too certain. If that shot was on, it was...
Where she was looking to hit the ball, though.
Yeah, it was more or less on center and leg stump. And it was very close to her. It was a full pitch delivery. What Russ has been doing so far in the spell, she has overpitched, yes, but she has kept the ball up to the bat. And, that in the end brought her some reward. She was able to pick up a wicket. But certainly that one was on the stumps. That time more or less on centre and leg. But the captain, Amanda Edwards, goes to the crease to partner Hector. And she would have had a score of some 88 not out, the highest score in the tournament by any batter so far. So Windward's picking up 2 wickets rather cheaply, 19 for 2, we're in over number 6. So we're still in the first power play, and they have picked up 2. In fact, I don't think it was the captain who took that catch at backward point. And I'll get some confirmation on that, but it certainly didn't look like James for one moment, but it's not James who took that catch. But the overs come to an end. That could be Glasgow who took that catch to dismiss Boyles. So, but she really waited on it well. She had to do some backpedaling, but in the end, made a good effort. So Guyana reaching 182 for 8.
That's a good total.
The Jamaica team, they have not started their replies yet. But Trinidad and Tobago, they are doing pretty well so far. There is like the missing one outside the off stump. So Barbados up against it. Trinidad and Tobago 56 for 1 in reply to 71 made by Barbados. And with just another 15 runs needed. They're very much on their way to getting that trophy today. And rather a bit of an anticlimax there at Warner Park. Pulled powerfully out towards Whitish long on. They are back for the second run as the return comes in there from the fielder Glasgow. So 2 more to the score.
Well, Hector is really showing her intentions that anything loose, she's going to open up those big shoulders and give it a powerful strike.
Shinaba Joseph for TNT, played into the offside here, going out towards the boundary, gathering momentum, gets there. The fielder flicks it back, but from my vantage point, in fact, from the umpire's vantage point also, the ball hit the rope, and 4 more to the score, 4 more to Hector.
Yes, a good stroke by Hector, good cover drive. And Hector is using the best line of defense is to attack, and she, from ball 1, we can see that inclination clearly by Hector, who is anything in her half. She has shown clearly that she's going to have a go.
Shinaba Joseph for Trinidad and Tobago. And this is another good shot. 4 runs over extra cover, over the infield. Wonderful shot indeed by Hector.
Yes,
and she's dealing in boundaries.
Yes, and that is usually one of the more difficult strokes to play, but she made it look so easy by striking it over extra cover and earning 4 runs.
So, out there in Warner Park, Brittany Cooper, she's in also, she's on 15 not out. So Trinidad and Tobago making light work of that match, dismissing Barbados for 71. And for the first time, Trinidad and Tobago will be coming away with this trophy. Yeah, so of course we'll be joined by Visham in a while. As this one is pushed into the offside. So, at the end of 10 overs, we'll be joined by Visham Lalman, our producer here. And we'll, of course, give Victor well on the break. In the air, but safe. More runs here for the Leewards. Going out towards the point boundary. Stopped just inside the boundary. And they would pick up another couple. So Hector moves to 18. And she is looking to really break the back of this run chase here. They require 131 to win. And so far, so good for taking on the pad. The appeal goes up, might have been a bit high. So we look at it again. Probably going down leg two also.
Yes, because you can see the wicketkeeper had an inclination of moving further to her left. Yeah, so
Russell's picked up one for 11. This one is banged out towards, in fact, beats the fielder into the boundary. And the 4 more to Hector. So she's dealing in boundaries.
yeah, her shot selection has been spot on too, because she's choosing the appropriate deliveries to really execute, because that was of a full length, and the good thing about it, she was striking straight, and she even defeated a fielder on the wideish longer boundary.
So Ross once more. And there you go again. Another full length delivery. This time it just passes just inside that tram line outside the off stump. And through it went to Fontaine, the keeper. And 36 for 2. Hector on 22. And Windwards would be hoping to see the back of Hector as quickly as possible. While she's there, she's going to get runs. Picks up another single here. Down to square leg. And she seems to be in a no-nonsense mood, an aggressive batter. And as we look at the scoreboard again, Hector has gone to 23 from some 19 deliveries, so striking well above 100. As we see Crafton running out with the helmet. I suspect we might be seeing some spin bowling at the moment. In fact, the helmet goes out for the keeper. And we could very well see some spin into the attack. Of course, Victor, it's mandatory for a wicket keeper. Once they are keeping up to the stumps, it's mandatory now that the keeper wear a helmet, whether they are keeping up to spin or pace. And as anticipated, Afi Fletcher comes into the attack from the pavilion end. And Fontaine has done the helmet. And this could be an interesting point in the game with the spinner coming in inside the first power play. We have just had some 8 overs completed.
Yeah, and a quality spinner too in Afi Fletcher. She is right leg break and Google is, but let us see what the batter's approach would be to her and how they will handle her, because her spell of bowling is going to be very important from a Windward Islands point of view.
So cover goes back, sweeping. And mid-wicket is back on the boundary also. And takes Hector on the pad. Starts well. Starts on a good line and length. Peel going up, but umpire Banwari not responding. Sun now out in all its glory. So we have the full benefit of the sun at this point. Fletcher, of course, who picked up some 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands in the first match played here at St. Paul's, 5 for 15 in fact. So brought in early into the attack. Schwarzer went punches up to cover and gets a single. So Leeward Islands would be looking to get the better of Hector in this game if they are to come out of this one, and of course, you know, dispel any psychological advantage that Fletcher might have brought into this game. Oh, she plays a rather ungainly looking shot, looking to play into the onside, but it peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes into the offside. So rather tentative shot here by Amanda Edwards this time. And that's a loose delivery, and Edwards would feel that she would have missed out there on that one.
Yeah, big time, because it was short, and there is no feeler on the square leg boundary. There's a feeler on the mid-wicket boundary. But she did not capitalize at that moment.
Tossed up and swung away, and goes out to that fielder that Victor was just speaking about. Straight to that fielder. She didn't have to move an inch. And just a single there to Edwards as the over comes to an end. So we have had 9 completed. And Leewards, I must remind listeners, they just need some 39 runs. They need some 131 runs if they are to win this game. They have already wiped off 39 of those runs. They need another 92 runs if they are to win this game. And currently they are going at 4.45 runs for over. 94 runs, 93 runs in 249 deliveries.
That is the equation, and that is why they need to keep it going like that. But with the final at Warner Park between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, that should be coming close to a conclusion. But we'll update our listeners shortly.
So a bowling change from the far end. The captain comes into the attack as Zadia James from the far end, replacing Ross. She's bowling left arm leg spin, of course, and she's going around the wicket. And starts well as Edwards pushes it back to her, and this, of course, is the last over in the power play. Exploring the possibility of a run there. It's not on. 92 from 243 deliveries. Fletcher started well. She has not conceded a run so far in this over. Pulls and pulls well, gets it past Etienne, and it goes out towards the widest long on boundary for 4.
Yes, making use of anything loose. And that one was very short. And the batter made good use of it and executed it into the wide, long on boundary for another 4. So these two building up a good little partnership for the Leeward Islands. There are so many legal deliveries to be bowled. So the Leewards from that angle is not in really difficulty in trying to overhaul this total.
62 for 2, Barbados, in reply to that 71 runs, that paltry 71 runs made by Barbados.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago, that is. Bowled! Is it? Yes, she is bowled. A bit unsighted by the keeper, but she played down the wrong line, missed one entirely. And it's the captain, Amanda Edwards, who goes back, bowled by Zadia James. So Zadia James picks up a wicket in her first over. And after 10 overs, 43 for 3 Leewards.
Okay, so
So I've been joined by Visham. Visham, Leeward's losing a third wicket and chasing 130.
Yeah, good afternoon, Will. Good afternoon to all our viewers. And yeah, certainly a timely wicket for the Windward Islands team coming from their skipper, Zeta James. And I think it's a big wicket as well, that of the skipper of Amanda Edwards of the Leeward Islands, who would have had a big role to play in their lone Super 50 victory a couple of days ago at Warner Park. So I think it's a timely wicket, a big wicket as well. And the Leeward Islands now in a spot of bother.
Yes, 43 for 3. As Afi Fletcher is continuing. 3 wickets down. They need another 88 runs in 248 balls. But of course, all eyes would have been on Warner Park today. But Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure you must be quite happy with what's happening over there at Warner Park. They're certainly making an easy match there. In the air, could be out, caught. So Joseph takes the catch, and Hector is on away, looking for the big hit, looking to go over mid-off, mistiming it, probably taking a top edge. And Joseph at mid-off settled under it nicely and took an easy catch, and she celebrates.
Yeah, another key wicket here, and this time Shanisha Hector has to go. And that's what the Leeward Islands would have been afraid of, having lost that wicket of their skipper Amanda Edwards. You know, they would have thought about, you know, what if there's this downward spiral now, Earl, continuing to lose wickets, and there came another immediately, this time of the bowling of Afi Fletcher.
One shot too many maybe from Hector. And she should have realized. And, you know, I always speak of game awareness. I mean, she just lost the captain, a very critical wicket, and immediately looking to go over the top. I think, though, what we have seen from a lot of these batters in this tournament is lack of patience and not being prepared to stick it out for a few deliveries. You know, the teams have fallen short on several occasions of batting out their full quota of overs. And I think with a little bit more patience and common sense, some teams could have done a lot better. Hector, a key batter in this lineup. He knows that she can clear the boundary quite easily. And I don't think that delivery was really there for the hit. And having just lost a wicket, you know, she should have looked to dig in.
Yeah, certainly, and if we look at that, you know, she was going right across the line of the delivery. And Fletcher is someone who turns the ball away from the right-hander. She has the ball to come back in as well. But that delivery was the traditional leg spin delivery, and it was spinning away from her.
Boyce, who has had one good score, 1/2 century, 76. She would have made against Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, she's from Trinidad and Tobago originally. In the match last Monday against Windward, she would have top scored with 24. Fletcher is asking a question. This is the one that you mentioned a while ago, coming back into the right-hander. And she would have top scored for the Leewards in that match, and she, no doubt, is a key figure here also for the Leeward Islands. But since that 76, she has not done too well with the bat. And she defends here. So the over comes to an end. We have had 11 completed. And Leeward's 43 for 4 from 11.
I like the point that you brought up as well, Earl. You know, I think in this tournament we've seen a lack of situational awareness and situational analysis. But again, that analysis would follow the awareness. And being aware, when we say situational awareness, we just speak about being aware of the position that your team is in and, you know, what that requires. And I think we have not seen that too much in this tournament. I think it's something that the ladies would want to work on. Not just in any particular team, but we've seen that from all the teams throughout the tournament.
Most definitely. That is one area, and one very weak area, as we keep speaking about it. It's the control from the bowlers, the number of wides that they have bowled so far. We, at the end of the preliminary rounds, you had some 327 wides, accounting for some of the runs on the score sheet. Granted, of course, does not necessarily mean that, you know, these were 327 single wides. Of course, if a ball beats the keeper and runs behind the keeper for 4, that's 5 wides. But nevertheless, they're wides. Yeah. And once you bowl it wide, you're open to be penalized. But 327 in such a short tournament is ridiculous. And it's not just one team. All teams are guilty.
Correct.
So, seems as though teams would have to go back and do a lot of spot bowling, bowl at stumps, to try and get the accuracy. I have not really checked the number of no balls, Visham, but they have been very disciplined there, the teams. I mean, we have seen a few today, not for overstepping, but for a height. And that again maybe stems back to lack of control. So this is something that the teams will have to work on. And this one is played in the air and dropped there by Etienne. It was in the air. She was diving forward. I think she didn't make that initial movement to go towards the ball. And in the air, the catch spilled. So Lee was lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, it certainly looked like the catch went down, and yeah, I think the Windward Islands, they looked all disappointed as it went down. And when you have a team on the back foot like they have the Leeward Islands at the moment with just a small total on the board, you want to cash into those opportunities. Catches win matches.
Oh yes, and as I said, small total, and you have a very small margin for error. As Boyce gets a first run.
I'm also concerned about something, with respect to the batting in this tournament. We've spoken about being aware of the situation that your team is in. Yes, that is also something that needs to be considered when it comes to the bowling side of things. But with the batting, I know last year, before the tournament, Coach Shane Dietz and the entire management staff of the West Indies women's team would have, alerted these players heading into this tournament last year that they should look to be a bit more aggressive, given the fact that they would have been batting slowly on the international circuit, Earl. Do you think that is a cause for concern now in this tournament with players being a bit over-aggressive?
Well, what I could tell you, what we have seen, some of the players, and in fact, some of the leading players, if you take the Knight sisters for example, they have been rather patient, and both sisters would have racked up 2 half centuries each, with Kaishona getting a 48 not out. But they did take some time getting those runs. But you're right, because when we look at the scores, even teams batting for the 50 overs, we saw Barbados batting for 50 overs at Connery and only getting 199 runs, which of course were enough for Barbados to win that match.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, on the international scene, you cannot bat 50 overs and make 199 runs and expect to win with that sort of score. So, I think, they have not really mastered the art as yet, most of these batters. And having spoken about the Knight sisters, these are 2 retired batters anyhow. And when you look at some of the other batters who would have gotten runs, we saw, for example, Brittany Cooper getting 72. She is 35, and she has not been selected for West Indies for quite some time. But the younger players who we have seen getting runs Shada Williams, for example, from Jamaica, she would have scored some at least 2 half centuries. Oh, there's a loud appeal, and she's giving out stumped. So Claxton is on her way, stumped off the ball in a Fletcher. And she scored just the 1 run. And once again, Fletcher wreaking havoc among there she goes, stretching out, missing one outside the half stump. And the finger went up of the Windward Island players. They were very confident indeed. But back to what we were speaking about, Visham. Certainly, I'm not too certain if the players have been over-aggressive. I think they more or less, when you look at some of them, at least what I've seen, they've been playing in the same vein, the same mold, being rather pedestrian at times in accumulating these runs. And, you know, I'm not too certain that the batting is moving in the right direction as far as the West Indies is concerned.
Yeah, I think they're a bit too reserved, the batters in the tournament, and putting themselves under pressure, which lead to that false stroke more often than not. And, you know, when you put yourselves in that pressure zone, so to speak, Earl, it's always, you know, a cause of concern.
Question is, what has the rotation of strike been like? I mean, is there enough rotation of strike? Are they picking up enough singles? That's another issue. And I think they have been guilty of that. You know, it took a long while. I was over at Connery last week. And I think we probably only had maybe 2 threes run over there. And there were occasions for more threes being run. But you had batters jog trotting through for the first and second run when they could have easily converted 2 into 3. Yeah. You know, so that's another aspect of their play also, the running between the wickets. I mean, we've seen it here today. Yeah. Players virtually stop running because they figure that the ball is going to cross the boundary rope. We saw in the Windward's innings where they stood in mid-pitch and waited for quite some time to see if the ball was crossing the boundary. Fortunately for them, it did, so they were not embarrassed by not running. But it's a 46 for 5 here. Leeward's really struggling. And they need another 85 runs from 220, in fact 84 from 219 balls, and the required run rate is 2.30. Everything in the Leeward Islands' favor except, of course, that 5th column where you see 5.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm sure they would be thinking about that and how are they going to move forward now towards that total of 131.
Well, a lot depends on Renice Boyce, who he has a swing and a miss.
But look at that. Have a look at that shot. A delivery wide outside the off stump from Zeta James, who's bowling left-arm orthodox, turning the ball away from the right-hander. And there you go, the right-hander just swiping at it right across the line.
Well, she must have been looking at Casey Carty. I saw him here against Trinidad. Following up, but not following, he just stood there and swung his bat at a ball that was about 7th stump wide outside the half stump. Commentator on with me at the time, Carlisle Powell, said he didn't move his feet, but I told Carlisle he didn't have to move his feet. He should not have played at that. That ball was so wide of the half stump. So that he should have just let that go. So, you know, and these are, you know, when you look at players who have been on the international scene, you do expect better from them. I did not see his inning yesterday, but I understand that he got out in a similar way. And he's a sweep at one and given out. Playing across the line, a poor shot, and Davonique Maynard is on the way for duck, so Leeward Islands folding rather quickly. To spin.
Well, we were just speaking about it, almost a commentator's curse. Dead as a die there was Maynard. I think there was no chance of her being there still. Good decision by umpire Vicky Daniel, though. Good bowling by Zayda James, and again, a poor choice of shot.
Yes, Leeward Islands appearing to be surrendering this one. And, you know, almost over by the shouting at with 6 wickets down and that putting 50 on the board as at 47 for 6, 14 overs completed. And Windward's doing a very good job at this point. The spinners, and I would have said earlier on that I would have anticipated that the spinners for the Windwards would have come into the attack quite early. They came in just before the end of the first power play, and they have done the damage. Aided and abetted, of course, by some poor batting decisions by the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, definitely so. I don't think you could have put it any better there. 131 to get from 300 balls, and you are almost certain that you're going to get at least 15 extras. So let's say 116 runs to get, or less, on your own off the bat, and you're making it look difficult.
Yes. So just really giving it away. And it's the 15-year-old Sianavi Kambala Pali. And of course, you do have to take some time about calling this one. She hails out of the US, but I'm pretty certain that she's of Asian parentage.
Well, I spoke to her mom, as we see this one for a single there by Boyce. Spoke to her mom after the first game, right here at St. Paul's, and she told me that they come from the southern part of India, in Hyderabad. But Kambala Pali, her daughter, of course, who's playing at the moment and who's taking a guard, she has been born in the US, of course.
Okay. So she's a US citizen, although the current president would think of the USA would think otherwise. But we won't get into that one. So Fletcher bowls to her. And I understand she's not bad with the bat. When I was on air with Carlisle Powell at Connery, he, of course, is the president of the Nevis Cricket Association and would have gone up for president for the Leeward Islands Cricket Association. He told me that she has visited Nevis a few times with a team from the US, and she bats well. So he would have seen quite a bit of her. But she has a job to do here. And so far, she has shaped up well.
Yeah, against Afi Fletcher, who is, of course, someone who's had a wealth of experience on the international circuit. And she's one of the better spinners in this tournament in the West Indies when it comes to women's cricket.
Yes. And what I've seen, this seemed to be a mischance. But the hands go up. They seemed as though they're taking the edge, and Fontaine, the keeper, dropped it, but we'll never know. But she has shown very good control today in this spell.
Yeah, certainly, and she's bowling very slow. Just focusing on her line and her lengths. That is important, though.
So, she'll go in once more. Is she out? The Windward Islands are confident she's walking away. And Senivi Kambapali is on the way for no score.
Here's a look at that again. Another very good delivery, pitching on about off stump, and certainly looked to have been some deviation there. When we can see it from that far, tell you what, if we had hot spot, we'd have certainly confirmed it for you.
Yes, and I know Sneeko has been out of action for a couple of days now, so we cannot go to Sneeko. But it seems as though they're going to take a water break, and perhaps it's a good time for us to take one also. Well, back here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, for those of you who might be viewing this broadcast, just to tell you that the new champion for the CG Women's Tournament here in St. Kitts, being held in St. Kitts, is Trinidad and Tobago, having defeated the Barbados team at Warner Park. Barbados being dismissed for 71, and Trinidad and Tobago in reply 75 for 3. So they are now the new champions. Of course, in 2023 it was Barbados, 2024 it was Jamaica, and 2025 Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the key features of the Trinidad and Tobago team was their bowling attack. Some of the best spinners in the Caribbean, and perhaps the best bowling attack in the tournament. And they tell you, bowlers always win your matches, as is the case so far here with the Windward Islands team. The spin bowlers are doing well. Zadia James has picked up 2 wickets so far, and Afi Fletcher is wreaking havoc among the Leeward Islands batters. So congrats to the new champion. Congrats, Visham, and Trinidad and Tobago taking the trophy back.
Yeah, definitely congratulations to them.
In the air out towards long on, just a single.
I think the 2 teams in the final really deserve to be there after the cricket that they've played. And Trinidad and Tobago, you know, commiserations to Barbados, though not coming out on top. Trinidad and Tobago getting the better of them. So again, congratulations. And, you know, it's good to see that the young players of all the teams, not just Trinidad and Tobago, we've seen a good crop of young players coming up. That's good signs of West Indies cricket, in women's cricket more so.
Yes, certainly. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago has young Ramnath, who would have played under 19 cricket for the West Indies. In fact, she was the captain of that under 19 team to Malaysia for the under 19 World Cup, and coming back and really showing good skills as a spin bowler and bowling well. And in tandem with her captain, Ram Harak, would have bowled a team to a championship. And they're doing a very good job indeed. And I always felt that the best bowling lineup in the tournament for me was the Trinidad and Tobago bowling lineup. And they were able to dismiss teams cheaply, and they're now the 2024 CD champions, women's champion in West Indies cricket. 49 for 7, and Windward's looking to go 5th in this one.
Yeah, certainly it's been a good performance thus far.
Lots of overs left though in this game.
It'll be interesting though if Leeward Islands could still get through to the end on a winning note from this position.
Well, there's Boyce there still. She's capable, as she's taking this one off the pads and going down to fine leg. She'll get at least 2. Oh my goodness. Is that 1 run?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. Oh.
My goodness, they should have had 3 runs there.
Oh my.
And this is what we were speaking about earlier on. She just, I would say, strolled through for a single, and it's not Sunday afternoon as yet.
Well, I think they wanted to just back up your point that you were making earlier, just to, you know, send it home.
Well. You're looking to win a match. Every run at this point is important. You're 7 wickets down. In fact, the 50 came up with that.
Yep.
With that drawn-out single, that long single. I could have taken a nap while that ball was traveling down to the boundary, and he's a drive and a miss, and beaten outside the off stump. Tonya Martin. But certainly that should have been at least 2 runs.
Yeah, definitely so. I thought that they really let themselves down there by just taking a single. And things like these can cost you in the end.
Yes, and a win is important to the Leewards, and if they could pick up runs, and bold is she. Yes, she is. My word. Didn't seem to have a clue. Tonya Martin, and the off stump was knocked back there by Affie Fletcher by a delivery which was spinning past Tonya Martin. Seemed to have played down the wrong line. Yes, she was playing A that time, and the ball going past and knocking back the off stump, and she's on her way.
Yeah, as easy as that. And Affie Fletcher is well on her way to taking her second fifer of the tournament, and against the said team that she did in the first game, Leeward Islands. A dejected Tonya Martin leaves the field, and I think she's now making way for Shane Moses.
4 for 7, Affie Fletcher in the fifth over.
I think it was 5 for 15 in the...
5 for 15.
Yeah.
But she would have struggled against the other teams to pick up wickets, because she was not even in the top 5 list. We had Elliott, Millington, and we had Mohammed, Anissa Mohammed, who has been doing quite well. Anthony.
I'll tell you what, I think the West Indies coach is going to have a difficult job when it comes to selecting spinners for the international team.
Of course, Elliott, I've seen a lot of her. She picks up wickets, but she tends to be a bit loose. And Millington, though, she has been very good, very, economical. Bowls, attacks the stumps, bowls tight line and lengths.
And what's really good from Millington, she opens the bowling interestingly for Guyana as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so far, well, I think they would have started the defending, but prior to this round of matches, she would have picked up some 11 wickets. So she still has an opportunity to go beyond that. And she has been good. Anissa Mohammed, she has retired. She picked up 3 wickets today, so she would have picked up 13 wickets in the tournament. But she has retired, and at 34, I'm not too certain that West Indies would want to ask out of retirement.
Well,
30, yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering, Earl, and I heard you speaking about that a couple of days ago as well. A number of players who have retired from women's cricket in the West Indies, would they come back when West Indies will be playing Test cricket very soon? That's my question.
And I've been handed a note here. Yes, that's my question, because as a widey signal, yes, I was thinking in terms of the Night Sisters in particular. They seem to be 2 of the better batters in the tournament. They are only 33, right? Of course, they are twin, and both of them being 33. And they are on the list with the top batters, the most runs in the tournament. And in fact, they both would have picked up half centuries, and they've shown a lot of patience, especially batting long and their team batting around them. And this is, of course, is what is required at the Test level as that appeal goes up here. And, if West Indies are going into Test cricket, we are speaking of a 4-day match.
Yeah.
And you need batters who are going to bat long. And the question is whether or not someone will try to convince them, because you do need that experience, some experience among some of the younger players. I'm not saying you're going to ask everyone to come out of retirement, but I think they would have retired a bit early, these 2. Of course, we know, I think it was Kaishona who, I think it was in 2024, well, she would have gotten 144 in one of these matches. So she's capable of big scores. But Moses looking to uh, get the Leewards as close as possible to the score, perhaps win. Still a chance for the Leewards, an outside chance, of course. The runs on the board, yes.
I think they're dependent heavily now on Renice Boyce, as you said.
And of course, if they're going to get these runs, they will have to try and pick up every runs and not allow runs to go begging. So, Boyce looking to show some patience. But the question is how she's going to play this game. Is she going to play a patience game? Is she going to allow the Windward Island bowlers just to bowl to her and get bogged down? It would be interesting to see how she deals with the situation.
Well, it will, because of the fact that she only has 2 batters remaining. Well, the one that's there with her in Moses and the one to follow. And that is going to be a task for her. 78 runs is not an easy task, especially when you have 2 wickets remaining.
Exactly, so she cannot afford to be too defensive because, wickets could go at the other end and she only has two remaining.
And she can have her plan, but she never can say what will happen on the other end.
Definitely. So that's why it's important for her to try and get as many runs as possible. And ask the other 2 batters to support her, to defend well.
And with Afi Fletcher as well having 4 overs after this, that as well poses a challenge.
I suspect Afi is going to bowl right through. And this one is wide. And wide signal, and it's going down towards the fine leg boundary, but stops just inside the boundary. And they just went through for a single. And, well, it's early in the over, yes. Probably she's thinking in terms of keeping the strike. But,
well, yeah.
I think Moses has been doing a good job at defense. And, I guess it's a question of trying to balance things properly. Here she's defending.
She's playing very close to her pad. She's playing the spin well, though, Renice Boyce. She must be applauded for that.
So it will be very interesting from here on in. Turns it gently into the onside. Up to square leg. And just trots to for a single.
And just like many wicketkeeper batters and batsmen as well, like to play around the front pad a lot. And they can judge a length very well, these wicketkeeper batters, batsmen as the case may be as well.
So Moses, beaten. And this is one of the dangers of not trying to advance the scoreboard. People like Afi Fletcher, and as you rightly said, she has another 4 overs after this. She could get a very good one to one of these tail-enders, and another good delivery spinning past Moses and taken by the keeper. So Boyce, sort of a quandary at the moment. In no man's land, perhaps. Probably a little confused as to play this one out. But I think she should be trying to look for as much runs as possible.
Yeah, Moses living very dangerously. I think that will be playing on the mind of Renice Boyce as well. And she would have a stern word with her, I'm sure, as to how they are going to approach the remainder of the overs if they have to get anywhere close to 131. We are not anywhere close to that island of St. Martin, though we would love to be.
Here's a hike out to Langan. No, quite some distance away from St. Martin and hours away by boat. And if you're taking an aircraft from the Robert Llewellyn Bratchers Airport, depending on which aircraft, if it's a Winnie, you would be about 25 minutes away from the airport in St. Martin.
Word coming to hand is that Victor will be on a plane heading to St. Martin after this game. He's hoping that it could be over and done with before 3 p.m.
Well, certainly. So, St. Martin, nice little place, place I used to enjoy going to. But of course, since COVID, I have not traveled down there, but an island that I visited quite regularly. Island which is just about the size of Nevis, 36 square miles. St. Kitts, of course, much bigger than both islands. St. Kitts just about 65 square miles. But St. Martin, of course, place where tourism is key and developed for tourism. And once in the past, many folks from the Windwards, from Antigua, from St. Kitts, Nevis, traveled regularly to St. Martin to shop. And here is Moses stepping out and driving, but just as far as mid-off, and she can't score. So I would think, though, that St. Martin would have lost some of that appeal. As a matter of fact, what is happening in the recent past is that many of the businesses from St. Martin, they are branching out, and quite a few of them are coming to St. Kitts.
Yeah.
To offer their wares.
Well, Earl, I'm now going to leave you in your good friend's company, a capable company of Victor Eddy. That's some esteemed company you'll be in there.
So they had it, and there it goes. In the air, and catch taken. So Boyce is on away, caught on the mid-wicket boundary, off the ball leader, Effie Fletcher. And they will look at it again. Settles on late. That looks like our good friend Glasgow down there. Taking a very good catch, and Boyce is on away. So looking to hit out and getting out. So 57 now for 9. And we're into over number 21. So this is practically over by the shouting Victor. And once again, the Leeward Islands going down to the Windwards. And the rather tame and lame fight. Well, I would not even call it a fight. It's more or less of a whimper here by the Leeward Islands, trying to get 231 runs to win.
Yes, and really, Effie Fletcher getting her second 5 wicket haul against the Leeward Islands right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. So she really has it cut out as to how to bowl to these Leeward Islands batters. I don't know if I remember seeing Claxton in this innings. But anyway, a player is down, and really...
Claxton, you mean batting?
Yeah.
Claxton came and went a long time ago for one.
She went for one.
Victor.
She went for one early. Oh,
Yeah.
she didn't spend any time at the crease.
No, and it seems as though Sean Moses has a bit of an issue out there.
I wonder if her hands are cramped also.
Yeah, probably. The physio's gone out to attend to her.
Oh, yeah, she's shaking the hand too.
And so she seems to be in a spot of bother there. But Claxton came and went so quickly that you probably missed her.
I missed her. She went so quick.
I don't know if you would have fallen asleep in between.
She went so quick.
But that happened quite quickly. And, while they are managing affairs out there, perhaps we could take a quick look at the score sheet for the Leeward Islands. It's not a very healthy looking one by any means. This is in reply to 130 scored by the Windwards. Player being held up momentarily. And to look at the scorecard for the Leewards, Saxena, she scored 8, 6 from 7 deliveries. and she struck one boundary. KSG Boyles, she scored 2 from some 19 deliveries, and she had some 18 dot deliveries. Shawanisha Hector, 24 from 24 and struck 3 fours. And Amanda Edwards, 6 from 12, 1 boundary, 1 4. Zara Claxton, Victor, 1 from 10 deliveries. And Boyce, who just went, 8 from 20 deliveries. And Unique Mina, no score from 3 deliveries. Sianavi Kambalapali, not from 5. Tonya Martin, not from 5. Sharon Moses, she's there still, was alive but has not faced the delivery yet. In fact, she's facing the first deliveries, and she's driving and gets it up towards cover and can't score as it's knocked down there. So Fletcher, who's in a 7th over so far, has picked up 5 for 10. Very similar figures to the first match when she picked up 5 for 15. As she goes in now, Leeward is driving on the bounce, and the return goes to the non-strikers and from Etienne, and taken there by Afi Fletcher. But Leeward was through for a first run, but Etienne going out on a good note. Her team looking to win this one. A good send-off for the 42-year-old, turned into the onside by Cheyenne Moses for a single. So going out on a good note, on a winning note. The team doing rather well, but Leeward's ending the tournament on a sour note. Oh, there's an appeal as it comes from something, seem to have gone into the ground. Leeward walks away. So Afi Fletcher. Victor, swing and a miss there by Jose Leeward, but Victor certainly Leeward still has quite a bit of work to do. As a matter of fact, generally we do have a lot of work to be done to our female players here in the Caribbean, so it's not just a question of the Leeward Islands. I think though one of the problems is that the females, many of them, I don't know what the program is like in Trinidad and Tobago. I suspect there might be a league there. Visham? Female league in Trinidad and Tobago? Female cricket? Yes, I've been told there's a league there. And you could see that Trinidad and Tobago comes better prepared than some of the other teams. I think the Windwards do have a tournament there also. Oh, and it's all over. She's bowled all over the shop by James. And James picks up a 3rd wicket and finishes with 3 for 10. As we look at it once more, there's she playing all around it and across it, and the off stump being knocked back. And the Windward Islands loses another match, 59 for 10 all out, after dismissing the Windwards for 130. And James finishes with 3 for 10, and Afi Fletcher picks up 5 for 10 also. And those were the chief destroyers for the Windward Islands. So the Windward Islands place in 5th in this year's tournament, and the Leewards end up at the bottom of the table once more, although they would have had one victory. But so a quick look at the bowling figures. Leewards, of course, replying to 130 made by the Windward Islands, and for the Windward Islands, Janila Claxton, she scored 50 with 4 fours. And the next best score was Nerissa Crafton, who got 21 from 23 deliveries with 4 fours. There were some 24 extras, 5 byes, 14 wides, 4 no balls. And the Windwards batted for 34.2 overs. And for the Leewards, Maynard picked up 4 for 20 from 9 overs. Sheehan Moses 2 for 10 from 4 overs, and Rosa Leiber 2 for 37 from 10 overs. And in reply, the Leeward Islands, they scored 59. And of that 59, you had Shawanisha Hector getting 24 from 24 deliveries. She top scored. And there was not much to speak about from the Leeward Islands batting. And we had, let's see, no other batter in double figures, Victor.
Yes,
and you know, they were 59 all out from 21.1 overs, with Etienne getting 1 for 17 in the last match for the Windwards, Selena Ross getting 1 for 16, and Afi Fletcher 5 for 12, and almost identical figures to what she got in the first match against the Leewards. And Zadie James, the captain, 3 for 10 from 6.1 overs, and Leewards losing by a large margin, Victor, some 71 runs.
Yes,
so they had it.
Yes, and very well played by the Windward Islands, and a good career for Etienne, going out on a winning note. Her last match in the Women's Regional Series right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and she will be remembered as to how her career ended, but an outstanding performance by the Windward Islands, and many congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago for being the 2025 Regionals Women Championship. Many congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago.
Seems as though they are going to this time give Etienne another send-off. This time the bat is being raised in an arc, and we have both teams there. The Leeward's team, and of course the cameramen at work, and Etienne being given a resounding send-off by her teammates, and of course, they're now showing her with water, with blessings. And certainly,
good career.
She would be the wettest player out there. So the 42-year-old makes her exit from this regional tournament. And the Windward Island girls, a happy bunch. Of course, they would be happy they would have won their match. And Etienne, she would have served well for the Windward Islands, and she walks away from this part of the cricket. And of course, a 42-year-old in June, she will be touching 43. So, giving good service to the Windward Islands. And
player of the game.
And the player of the game, the MVP. And we see the match referee Shane Jeffers, who passed St. Kitts Leeward Islands player. And with Kenny Douglas himself, who would have played for St. Kitts, now an ambassador in the government of St. Kitts. And they are making their way on the boundary edge. We will see the player of the game. Who is the player of the game, Victor?
Afi Fletcher.
And of course, she took 5 for 12. So we have not seen too much good performances. Afi Fletcher 5 for 12. We had a 50 from Glasgow, and even 50. The Maynard, of course, Dominic Maynard for the Leeward Islands. She also picked up some 4 wickets for 20 runs from 9 overs. And in fact, it's Glasgow who has been given the player of the match, the MVP. for her 50 runs, and she is now being presented the Player of the Match award. So interesting, though. Choice of player of the game. She would have scored some 50 runs, and she really held the Windward Islands innings together. Of course, Afi Fletcher came and she picked up some 5 for 12. But the question is how valuable that 50 would have been to give the Windward Islands something which to play with. But we have come to the end of this match here at St. Paul's. There's one match in progress, one match left in this year's tournament. Barbados has already gone down to Trinidad and Tobago, who are the new champions of the Women's CG 50 over tournament being held here in St. Kitts. Barbados are losing to Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. And we know for sure that Barbados would have placed second. And now we have the Windward Islands in 5th and the Leeward Islands in 6th. But we are still having that third place playoff going down at Canary. And we, of course, will have that result later on at the conclusion of that match. But it was good to be here. And on behalf of my co-commentator, Victor Eddy, and of course our producer and at times commentator Visham Lalman, and the camera crew, this is Earl Smitten, saying goodbye from St. Paul's.